Okay, I am here now. Hello. Okay. Why is the music so quiet on your end? So far, we are sponsored by Factor 75 today and for the next 3 weeks. Use the code and get some delicious food. Do it. Do it, coward. 50% off. How could you do not? Okay. Um, we're doing something weird and different today. Does it ship to hell? I think it does. As in like the US is hell, so yeah, it ships to the US. Yeah. We're doing something weird and different today. Not gonna be painting unless someone hits the paint another mini or puts in CFC orders. Not US. Hell is in Europe. Oh well, I guess it doesn't. I don't think it ships there, unfortunately. Uh, we're not building anything, at least not yet either. We are organizing my bits because I got inspired to do so, and I now have more containers to actually organize stuff correctly. Thanks to my mom organizing the kitchen and deciding a bunch of Tupperware was no longer useful. Hello, used to this. How are you? So let me show you all the crap I'm working with. I mean, are your balls damned? Because I'm only organizing damned things. So we've got my usual bits box there, and like a this is a very miscellaneous nonsense box. We got some base in there that I'll explain later. A dude here, Ulrich the Slayer. Um, some Reaver sprues I forgot I had entirely, and some Fenrisian wolves, and then we got all of that going on. Including, those are some of the new containers. It's I'm realizing it's a mess and I could do a lot better with this. And seeing, oh yeah, I gotta switch this over to the songs and not the videos. Um, Seeing that we're doing so much building and conversions and stuff, I was like, you know what? Before we start the fourth infiltrator, as our spear guy is now done, I finished him over the weekend. Um, yeah, this guy's now done, and before we move forward, let's actually have all of our potential assets available. Yay! I feel like this kind of makes sense. My preview is way behind. Good lord. All right, so the first thing I want to do actually has to do with this, but not all this, not yet. Not even sure where to put this exactly for the moment. Actually, I should do with this here. So, story time. Last summer, I was working on. So, Venom, how it goes, man? You're in here bright and early, man. You didn't even wait. I suppose I have to re-explain what I'm doing and why we are organizing the damned. Unless you caught all that, I'm refreshing my Twitch thing, by the way, because it's not showing me anything. Or I think I'm good now. I think is that like a reasonable preview speed? No, it's still a mess. All right, anyway, moving on. All right, I need a proper way to store all of my bases, including these crazy ones that I got last summer for commission that did not go all the way to our original expectation of where it would go. I'm really hoping this one in particular fits in one of these. Perfect. Look at that. All right, and we're done. That's the stream. That's all I needed, really. That's All right, seriously, I needed some way of storing within its own thing all of my bases that I'm not currently using, and I do intend on using these eventually. I'm not sure for what now. They're not being used for that commission. Especially like I do have some 40 mils, but I only have like 5 of them, so I have to wait until I got so many like 25s, and I don't even have anything in my army that's on a 25 base, except I guess like servitors, but I made mine already. I should have made them on these. I got rock and forest here. The original idea for these was actually using the other side of this. This is wood. And putting all of these on the top of it, and then molding it all together into a big diorama piece to then put stuff on top of. That didn't happen. So now I'm going to see if if I'm not lucky enough that I can fit all of my bases. These could be good for dreadnoughts at some point. Which I have some old school dreadnoughts that are on like okay bases, but they don't fit a lot of my other stuff, to be honest, so rebasing them is not out of the question. Should I rename? I'm almost thinking maybe I should rename the stream already. Instead of organizing damn, just like hobby organization stream might be more obvious as to what I'm even doing. There we go. It's now officially the Bits organization stream. So, got most of these in the one or got all of these in the one container. Now, can I get like all my other bases in here is the question. That will open up a huge slot in my normal bits box. I gotta put these back over here for now. And my transfers will go over here for now. There's just gonna be a lot of this. How you doing, Venom, if you're there? How frozen over is Texas exactly? It's probably my biggest like plastic base right here. I'm wondering, now that I'm looking at all my bases, I don't think all of these are gonna fit into the one container. Unfortunately, I think I'm like absurdly close, but I think I'm just outside of it. I need to build more dudes. Also, I need to figure out what to do with all these 25mm bases. Got so many. 70 degrees here now. Yeah, it's like 40 here, and that's considered a warm day currently. So, you can kindly screw off with your warm weather. See, this is why I talk about, and like people around here think I'm crazy. This is why I talk about checking out Austin. I've wanted to check out Austin as a potential place to live since I was like 13. And I have Rooster Teeth to blame for that, actually. The old Drunk Tank podcast. So I'm kind of cold. My hands are super dry and chapped, even though I have cream. I just keep forgetting to use it. I meant to use a bunch before the stream today, and I just got caught up in other crap. Good stuff, though. My other business ventures are actually suddenly all popping off. So that's nice. Actually. You know what it is? I ended up with all these like 28mm or 25, whatever they are, because it's because of the old Attack Marine squad. I am so close, but I really don't think I'm going to be able to fit all my bases into this. Unfortunately. I mean, the lid doesn't go on super flat, but it does depress, actually, a decent bit. I think I've already surpassed it. Ah! 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 Okay. It's a fun town. I slowly moved further out in the suburbs to avoid traffic, but still close enough to get downtown 20 minutes. So, yeah, it's probably where I'd end up, if just because, I don't actually have a job I need to drive out to. So, eh. Um, were you here early enough to hear the full explanation as to what prompted this, by the way, this organizational binging? As you seem to be the main one chatting right now, so I should probably have you knowing what's up. Although there's like a whole story to this, actually. I guess I could go into. I haven't really done so. So yeah, I'm just gonna start at the beginning. So I got commissioned to do a thing for a YouTube channel last summer. Mom reorganized kitchen gadgets, sweet glass Tupperware. Well, that was part of it. But also, I was thinking like, okay, so I finished the Spear Dude from last week over the weekend. It's mostly just doing all these like runes, and then I added like these the counters on his chest. That was kind of fun. And now, so this guy's done now, right? I might go back now that I realize that I don't know if the camera will focus enough. You see that cross thing there? I think that's supposed to be like rope stuff built into the skull, and I didn't realize that. So I might go back and repaint that. But anyway, oh thanks, man. Um, what I'm thinking is that that's the strap he used to hold the spear, and he just like ripped it off and like prepared to throw it. That's my official story as to why that's there. Anyway, uh, so I was thinking, okay, so I'm gonna be making another guy. I have a couple ideas, but not like enough. I don't have enough ideas to make a whole another dude right now, and then I got 5 more to do in the squad, which like I want to do, just I'm lacking ideas. It's like, all right, so let me pull out more of my like stuff. And I realized, man, I got all this stuff from this commission last summer that I didn't use. Like I have almost like all but one reaver. Like I have nine. Like I have a sprue of 9 more reavers, which is like I effectively have 19 reavers, which is like terrible because reavers are awful as models, like as units. They're probably the best they've ever been right now, where they're so cheap, they kind of make some sense as a harassment unit if you need harassment units. My list doesn't need harassment units. My list is all about big guns. And I already have 10, and they're already built and like badly painted, but they exist because they're from my original like swing of painting. So Reavers still suck. Yeah, they're not really worth it. You can do better. Honestly, if you want a good, cheap uh harassment unit, scouts. Scouts the way to go right now because they get free war gear. So you can set up a 5-man unit of scouts for like I think it's like 80 points or something like that, or 90 points. Um where they all have camo cloaks. So when they're in cover, they have like a 2-up save with toughness 4, 1 wound. You have the sergeant with a thunderhammer and combi melta. 3 dudes with sniper rifles, so they can pop characters with a strength 1, neg 1, 1 damage with mortal wound capability, and then another guy with a missile launcher or heavy bolter. And so that's actually a great value for that. Like, and you have forward deploy, and and they have a few other stratagems. So like scouts actually are kind of good again. I actually thought about maybe using my 5-man scout squad because I have a sniper squad. And I can magnetize on a combi melta and a thunderhammer. That's not a big deal. Decided not to, but anyway. On the plus side, Reavers do give amazing conversion bits, and that's because they have these great action poses for these pistols where you cut off the pistol and you just place whatever other gun on them, or you just have a heavy bolt pistol for like characters and whatnot, and all these knife arms of different holding knives of different postures. You cut the blade and crossguard off, and you put whatever other weapon on this hand. Sorry, this hand that's gripping a handle. A bunch of my conversions for melee weapons are done that way with the leftovers of my last Reaver squad. Um, so yeah, cool stuff with the Reavers, and I actually realized I might use some of these bits on this infiltrator squad because it's the same mark of armor. It's all Phobos. So like it's literally the same stuff. So if I want different postures or whatever, some of these knees are a bit more bent, and I was thinking about doing something with that. But anyway, so I'm like, all right, I got all these reavers, and I got a bunch of space wolf stuff. I actually have 4 Fenrisian wolves, and one of their characters over here that might turn into chaplain bits. Honestly, Ulrich the Slayer. This guy would make an awesome chaplain with some converting. You know, especially because I'm going so much more tribal. Like this actually kind of makes sense. Because you know what? I've just decided Space Wolves no longer get to monopolize Viking stuff. You know why? They're not even Vikings. They're furries LARPing as Vikings. Because they don't do any Viking stuff. They wear runes and use axes and wear furs, but they don't actually do Viking stuff. They don't raid. They don't trade. They don't explore. Right? They're Space Marine werewolves that like Viking aesthetic. That's all they are. So you know what? Screw it. Raven Guard are taking over the tribal stuff. Because Raven Guard actually do tribal stuff. Like, you know, uh, like all their stealth shenanigans and their trifold path and all that. All that stuff is like actually, you know, a fair bit of it's somewhat paganistic. Anyway, so I'm not gonna get all my bases in here, unfortunately. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to expand into 2 of them, I guess. Anyway, so I was like, okay, so I have all this crap that needs to be incorporated into the rest of my stuff, so then I can more properly, you know, be able to kit bash fully to the fullest extent. So let's do a stream on it, because this is going to be hours, and could be kind of fun to talk about converting and bits and collecting and planning your collections and stuff like that. And the process of buying kits specifically for kit bashing, which I've done. Do I paint Marines or Orcs? Well, I'm biased, so I'm always going to say Marines. I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do with this, to be honest. I have a couple ideas, but the fact that it's long, you know what, this might be more sprues. Alright, so I gotta try throwing a lid on this and see how not closed this at all gets. Okay. So basically, this whole top layer needs to move to the other one. Let's put this over here. Okay. They don't quite fit in the thing. Actually, you know, I can get rid of this entirely now. So, for anyone who missed, this I had intended at some point to cover with these resin scenic bases, like the whole thing, and then use terrain paint to merge them together and turn this into a giant diorama base, effectively. Was the original idea last year. Am I still going to go through with that? Maybe. Maybe we will. I don't know. Currently, my uh, personal mission is to paint all my Arcs of Omen stuff, which is plenty of stuff to keep me busy for a little while. Because I have 6 more Reavers, 6 more Eradicators, and a Contempted Dreadnought to do. Which I'll be testing that, by the way, or I should be testing that next week against Space Wolves. The guy, pretty sure I'm gonna beat the holy crap out of him. You know what? If I'm only gonna be able to put a little bit of normal bases, I'm just gonna separate them by scenic and standard bases. That's how this organization is gonna work. Alright. So prefabricated scenic bases go into this one, and into this one, and normal bases into this one. And then does this close? It's stuck on that tree. We'll flip this upside down then. Cool, that works. And I am looking into potentially adding a segment when I don't have a commission going of playing against the community on Tabletop Simulator. I talked about that a bit last week. I started the process. However, I was super tired over the weekend, so I didn't get super far into it. But I got like my standard Arcs of Omen list in there, in the game, ready to go. So that's nice. I haven't done tech testing yet though, but that could be a thing. Oh, and other news. Fairly big news, actually. That big government job looks like it's about to start, finally. We got the green light. My dad's going into meetings next week, which means the two smaller web dev jobs I actually have already been doing on the side, I do need to wrap up over next weekend, Sunday through Tuesday. Yes, I am already working 6 to 7 days a week, for reference. But that's actually great timing. So I don't know if I referenced this. Oh, nice. The Fenrisian Wolves are on 40 mils, it looks like. Cool. That means I can actually use these, and there are 5 of them. Or, yeah, these are 40 mils. Yeah, these are character bases, right? Or these... Hold on. Yeah, they're 30 mils, because these are the 36s, I think, that Space Marines are. 32? 32. Cool, so I got a bunch more character base from that, and then we have some Fenrisian wolf sprues to go through. Yeah, no, it's actually crazy. Last week I was like, man, I need to get some money flowing. And then in between like Saturday and just now, I just like a whole new web dev client, the government job starting, got a bunch of resources from my previous web dev client so I can now finish her thing. We're going a little nuts all of a sudden. I think that's all the bases, actually. Let me go through some of this. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna show this part. So I have a whole nother giant... Ow. Ow. That actually hurt. My chair's stuck on the rug. Come on. How are you this stuck on the rug? What are you actually stuck on? Nothing. It's just the rug. I roll over this rug all the time. There we go. Jeez. Also, I am a bit rambly today. That's the thing. Alright, so I got this, like, toolbox. I got, like, a garage sale long time ago, and I used for my larger, or my, not larger, how do I explain my logic on this? These are empty, these are new. These are effectively models that have been pulled from their sprues, and they're meant to be assembled primarily what's in there. They're not leftover pieces for the bits box, effectively. We also got some Inceptors that I intend to take off their original chassis and put on these smokestacks. Then I moved, and then now I can't print resin. But hey, now I finally have some stuff that's sorta, kinda like a tier 1 commission. Oh, that's weird, trying to like angle stuff. This is from some of my first painted models, actually. Yeah, it's just basically base coats. That's from the Dark Imperium box. Most of this is actually Indomitus. We got also Chaplain on Bike I was given that someone else had built. Why can't I ever get a Indomitus Chaplain that is unassembled? However, I think this might be super glue. I don't know. This thing's... This thing was built so ramshackly. There's glue all over it. Just in the open. Anyway, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. So we have the Outriders over here. The Infiltrators I've been doing. This is a bunch of Assault Intercessors, which actually I'll take these bases out. I was given a bag with just the bits for a full squad of Assault Intercessors, which, you know, who knows with 10th edition, maybe I'll actually build these and make them into the melee horror they can be. Assault Intercessors actually currently are not that bad. Just, Raven Guard aren't actually that much of a melee chapter. Burn the rug! Yeah, right. And then these are the characters from Indomitus, which actually I have 2 sets of all of them because of a trade I did. So, okay, this is one of the best ways to increase your collection, okay? You buy one of those big starter boxes that have 2 factions, right? And then you trade one half of those factions for other stuff. When I got the Indomitus box, I traded all of the Assault Intercessors. So I don't think they're that good in Raven Guard. I was just given these. It's like I was just handed a bag of stuff. I was like, okay. But that was way later. All the Assault Intercessors and all of the the Necrons? The Necrons. I traded those out between a few different people, and what I got back was basically a second copy of the entire rest of the Space Marine box. So I got 3 more Outriders, 3 more Eradicators, 3 more Blade Guard vets, another copy of all of the characters, and then an additional 3 Vanguard vets and the Infiltrator Incursor sprue that I'm building right now. I did that with Dark Imperium too. I don't remember exactly what I got for those guys, but I traded off oh wait, no, not the Death Guard, sorry, the Dark Vengeance box. I traded those guys off. I kept the Death Guard actually. Yeah, sorry, not the Dark Imperium. The Dark Vengeance box, that was my first box set. I eventually traded off the Chaos Space Marines in there for other stuff. This is just vehicle bits, leftovers from some Razorback stuff and the gunship. And actually, I need to there's a slot in my main bits box over here that's a bunch of vehicle stuff, so I need to consolidate that. This is going to be a big deal. This is just sprues. I decided my way of recycling sprues is I'm going to chop them into basically vertical pieces and then use them for stuff later, which actually earlier today I did get an idea for one of the Infiltrators, or maybe multiple of the Infiltrators, or just in general as a style later. Taking these and whittling them down, which actually I'll just use my rotary tool to sand them down, into sticks. So that mount, like, coming out of their, like, backpacks or wherever with, like, skulls impaled on them and stuff. I got the whole process in my head of how I was going to do it. And, yeah, I mean, that's not all of these are going to be turned into that, but I mean, I have found a fair number of uses for sprue like that. And we're going to be adding to that pile quite a bit, which is why I think I'm going to take over the long blue Tupperware, which I think is... this might end up being an addition instead of a replacement, because I don't think this holds that much more than this, to be honest. So this might actually stay exactly how it is. So I'm going to put it back in the thing, and we're just going to start filling the blue one with future sprues, which who knows where I'm going to put that. But... yeah, okay. So we got the bases. Bases are in 2 Tupperwares. I guess you can go through the vehicle stuff next, and then start snipping stuff off sprues. I do need to figure out... I need to decide on where I'm going to put just the skulls. I've decided to stop moving the skull sprue everywhere and actually just have a container full of skulls, which will probably be one of the slots in the main bits box, as I might move some of these around into other stuff. Okay, so these are done. And place these on here for now. As I immediately find some bases I missed. That took like 0.2 seconds. Brilliant. Actually, here's a question. Should I have a thing for... well, a few different things, actually. Hold on. I've used them for brick, rubble, debris, just come in small rectangles. I hate my fingers in this little keyboard. Fair enough, man. You're good. I got what you meant. I don't even remember where I got these tiny bases. What am I ever going to use these for? I guess I could make like objective markers out of them or something. I don't know. Weird. I do have... Alright. Hold on. This is the madness that is entailed when I organize stuff. It's just... I look at one thing and I get 30,000 ideas. Nope. I need you to... Okay, I need to base back over here because I need this big box open again. Alright, let me try to, like, go through my ideas. For singular servo skulls. Yeah, right? Okay. I have a few categories I needed to, like, open up with my current stuff. So I have vehicle bits. I have finished vehicle bits. Or ready for use vehicle bits or something like that. I have terrain bits, like bits of terrain, some of which are finished. I think I can just put all those together though. I also need a legitimate storage system for just entirely separate bits and models that are not Space Marines for like, I have Necrons, I have Warcry stuff, I now Space Wolves, not even just Yorick. I also bought these from... Okay, yeah, I'll catch you later, Venom. Get your grub. These like Primaris Space Wolf bodies that now I'm probably am gonna use. On what exactly, I'm not certain, but I mean they look really cool. Yeah, I'm sure there's something. How many of these do I have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why do I have 6 of these guys? Why do they sell them in 6s? Anyway. One of them even has a cybernetic leg. Which actually doesn't look like the others at all. It's kind of its own... I think they just threw this in as a freebie, because it's not even, like, Space Wolfy. It's just... do it a leg. A leg issue. Anyway. Yeah, I have five clearly Space Vikings, and then I have... just... web armor. Not web... Why did I say web? Like, more cyber... Not punky, but... I don't know. Anyway. Oh, and I got some, like, random grots that Crom, like sent with some other stuff. I've just got... Oh, and is this a, I didn't even know I had this. Is this a... Is this a Nurgling? Do I own a Nurgling? Where's this head? I own a Nurgling with no head, apparently. And a... What is happening here? Okay, what... Cromlech... I like how you throw in free stuff, but when the free stuff doesn't make any sense. So this goes on the little goblin dude. That's one thing, right? So we have a goblin dude with like a gun. Okay, cool. I got some orc bombs. And then I got like a nurgling body with no head. And then just some like kneeling legs that look like, I guess, somewhat Imperial Guardish. Yeah, it's like a modern pocket with like a pouch in the back. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I don't know what this is. Just Cromlech just gives you random free stuff. I mean, York weapon arms were cool. I used one of them on my on actually I used two of them. I used two of them on servitors actually. All right. So, getting back to making progress. So I guess all of these not done. I found another base. How did I miss just a 40 mil base in the middle of that? You know what I should do? I should just move this bits box like in front of the camera so you guys can see what I'm actually doing. That would be the obvious thing to do. Okay. The only hard part is it's harder for me to see into there, but okay. Okay. Yeah, now how do I get the... Okay, here we go. Alright, so some Razorback bits. We got another Rhino door. This is all terrain bits. Okay, so we have, like, finished vehicle stuff. Completely done vehicle stuff. I'm gonna put those aside for now. This is a terrain piece from Shrike that I fully painted, and then the side... I was gonna put this on a different base. I might still do that, actually. But I'm gonna put that aside because it's done. It's a pistol holster and a knife thing. It should be in there. Probably Razorback, twin las cannon turret, and then some las cannons that I think are from the Storm Raven. And a bunch of Contemptor bits. Oh, yeah, the original Strike model. Put that over there. More bits for the Land Speeder, which are done. Heavy bolters for the Sakaran. Land Raider bits. I think, like, all of this now is just vehicle stuff. I think this is actually supposed to be an orc vehicle bit, because Cromlech just keeps giving out free stuff at random. It'd be cool if they, like, gave out free bits that were relevant to, like, the faction you were buying. I don't mean to complain about free stuff, it's just, you know, like, great, now I have these bits. Oh, just a sword blade. I think it's from the Gravis Captain, because I noticed his sword was broken the other day. Put that over in that one. I found a bit that looks like a broken off spike. I feel like that might also go to my gravis cap. And I'm gonna put that aside for the moment. Okay, so that's all the vehicle bits, I think. So, okay. So, what I currently have going on, as far as, I guess I think the next big thing, like the biggest thing, is the non-marine bit, like minis, or non-direct, directly Raven Guard minis that I use for kit bashing purposes, and I got them spread out kind of right here. It's like I got the Space Wolves all around me on the sprues still. I got the Warcry stuff over here. I got like Necrons and Servitors and Sikaran bits and like these smaller things I could use for like other stuff, honestly, like like the skulls. I did just open this up, so I suppose I could just pop them into here. Man, there's just so much like dust in here. Uh, yeah, it kind of makes sense to just put them in here now, I guess. And a couple of the bits don't even go in there, because I do have a couple other slots for, like... Oh, that was another grenade pouch. So, like, here's, like, mostly tactical. This one's mostly tactical add-ons, like holsters, knife sheaths, grenade bandoliers. This one's mostly decorative stuff. We have a couple of skulls in there already. A lot of tilt plates. And this over here are like... This is a bit more mixed. This one doesn't really make sense, actually. It's like, I think it started out as tactical stuff, and our stuff got mixed in. Like, it's got some tilt plates. Most of it's like scopes, and it just has like standards in there randomly. I'm gonna move those over to the aesthetic stuff. There's like a couple tilt plates and crests. Although why this one is different from the other one, I'm not entirely certain. I think just because this used to be just gun parts, and somehow, somewhere that changed. Forget it's just gun parts and nothing else, I guess that's fine. It's got a bunch of the broken off Reaver grav shoots actually in here. Oh yeah, I should probably finish one thing at a time before I get too caught up here. Wait, why is this fin so big? This is from something else. Maybe some of my Inceptors have broken fins? Kind of looks like one of theirs. Alright, well, anyway. Alright. That's kind of reorganized anyway. I'm gonna pull out these skull halves here, which I'm not sure how they got in here exactly. This is just a full-on Necron head. Here's another one. Oh, here's a skull. You know what? Separate heads and stuff meant for bases. I'm gonna put the skulls, I think. Okay. So I can take these, like, this full Necron Lord here. Servitor, Sikaran bits. This is actually kind of a... I don't know, this is a thing I made for, like, an energy weapon. Kind of looks kind of big, so I'm gonna put that in the vehicle stuff. Yeah, I think these are the Necrons from the Imperium magazine thing. Man, why are there so many, like, tiny shards of stuff? Weird. I think it's just the type of plastic they were using at the time for these guys. Just, it makes a mess. There's a lot of flakes involved. So, all this stuff. A little, like, hook piece here. And a couple of magazines, I think. There's some... whatever their autogun looking things are. Magazines? Alright, cool. I'll pop these in there. And this can be just Space Marine legs, which is what I think they originally were. Okay. I'm gonna snip these off. Just gonna snip them to sprue. Okay, I am about to... I almost wonder... I wonder if this was actually the wrong one to choose. And if I shouldn't actually put these in here and make this new right arms and weapons, because I'm about to have a bunch more of those, and that can grow massively, and this is already full. What does this up here? Right, that's melee weapons. This is like basically standalone weapons. Like, they're not like arms necessarily. Oh, I guess this is a difference, but it's, I don't know, it's a heavy weapon. It feels different. These are like normal weapons down here. So I'm kind of thinking this is actually an objective marker. I should paint that at some point. This is sprue. A terrain bit. Terrain bit. Terrain bit. Terrain. Sprue. 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 Yeah, I'm thinking let's move this up here. As annoying as it is. And all of the non-Space Marine bits, or non-Raven Guard Space Marine, non-Codex Space Marine bits will be moving to here. Okay, everything that's left here is basically junk. I could rid of some of that at least. Alright, train pieces up there, and then... Right, this is gonna go in there. Yo! Father! Father has arrived! With the Rohirrim, which I'm not even sure if you guys can hear over the rock. How's it going, man? Thanks for the raid. Uh, it is organization day. We are just going through all of my stuff and reorganizing stuff because I realized I have a bunch of stuff on sprues that are taking up space in a stupid way. And I have a bunch of new storage containers. And now I'll actually be able to go through my weapon arms. Jeez. I didn't even know I had this thunder hammer. Oh, thanks. Enjoy it while you can, because I'm imagining I might change that soon. Well, soon is very relative, actually, right now that I think about it. Anyway, uh, yeah, I'm slowly making just everything, what do you call it? Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. Or at least when it plays, it uses the right audio for that actual part, because it doesn't quite line up. It actually bugs the crap out of me. So, former. Um, all right. What was my next step? I still gotta figure out what I'm doing with these finished vehicle pieces. Uh, eh, we'll get to that. All right. So figure out where we're putting the non-Codex Space Marine bits, which is this big bit. Skulls will be here. Terrain will be here. Yeah, we'll figure out that is later. Oh, I'm gonna put chain there instead of in the other bits box. I don't open them often. I plan on using chain a lot more, so we will throw the chain into this one with the bits. There we go. Long stream, so have hop upgrades. See you have a wonderful stream. You have a wonderful day, man. Thanks for popping in and bringing all the peeps. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Um. Yeah, and hope to see you around, Dad. Father. Oh, actually, before I get too far away, pop these orc bits, because Cromlech loves just sending me orc bits just at random when I order other stuff. Here's more orcs. I'm like, you realize I've only ever bought Space Marines, right? Oh, and ironically, good timing. This stream is sponsored by Factor 75, actually. Where's my ad read? This paying stream is sponsored by Factor 75. Yeah, I know English, I think. We'll see. Sourcing healthy food doesn't need to be as grueling as foraging a Kachan, nor as boring as the nutrient paste of the Astartes. The chef-selected and pre-prepared meals of Factor 75 are customized to your ideal diet, individual lifestyle, and busy schedule. Keto, vegan, vegetarian, low calorie, or the Emperor's chosen selection, the holiest of holy diets, Protein Plus, all designed to meet the imperial gold standard of delicious and nutritious. A rotating weekly menu of 27 plus meal options and 33 plus add-ons like smoothies, Kyo shakes, and desserts for guilt-free enjoyment keeps your dining feeling like an imperial governor's with the flesh fuel required to loyally serve the Emperor. You are loyally serving the Emperor, right? Aren't you? A fraction of the price ordering in by the meal and superior nutrition of fast food, Factor 75 is here to support your quest to slay the gray by not cutting into your precious hobby time when it's time to refuel the tanks. With 2 minutes or less prep time and no mess, nothing will get the brush back in your hand faster. The flesh is weak, but Factor 75 makes it about as close as it gets to just plugging into the wall like a true Mechanicus Magos. All praise the Omnissiah. Use my link or go to go.factor75.com and use code FACTORSC25574 for 50% off your first box. Which, by the way, the cheapest box is 6 meals for $40 after the discount. Or use command factor. We'll get you that link as well. And that will massively help the stream, any of that. So, moving on. We have a bunch of space wolves to pop off their spurs, actually. Oh, and skulls, actually. Do I want to do the space wolves first or the skulls first? Uh, let's do the skulls first, because the space wolves kind of just link right into the reavers. Because somehow I ended up with a bunch of reavers. I did get some cool chain swords out of the deal, actually, now I look at them. I didn't have double-sided chain swords before. Now I do. Yay. Yeah, I'm not gonna have this right in front. We're gonna have some room here. And actually, I gotta hit the restroom real quick before I get started on that. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. Alright, so yeah, time to snip. Snip it for hours. Actually, what I'm gonna do for the spruce, I have this ready over here. Yeah. Okay. All right, sniping the sprues for the next, yeah, like 7 hours. It's not gonna lie, I'm actually just not feeling this at the moment. This is better. Thanks for clipping these out as well. As afraid I need medication for OCD. Oh, what do you mean? Just like clipping the skulls out? I mean, yeah, like I ended up with just a stack of sprues again, just layering everywhere, and I'm like, I gotta fix this. But you know, I just learned I officially don't have like any time off cam for stuff like this. I'm like, all right, this is the stream today. Well, actually, part of the impetus was also I've been going through. Right. I've been um I've been doing I play Raven Guard. Uh and I've been going through doing an infiltrator squad, and I kip ash the crap out of my guys. Here's our sergeant. I'm doing a full squad of 10 dudes, and I was about to start number 5, and I'm like, man, I'm starting to run a little low on ideas. And like I got like a couple ideas, but like it would help if I saw all the stuff I was working with, and like I have like piles of like crap around me. And then I got some new containers for my mother who was reorganizing the kitchen, and this is actually supposed to be tilted a little further back. It's magnetized, so I can actually put into a carrying case. Um, oh, thank you. I am for reference, I am a commissioned artist actually. I'm just between commissions. I just finished a huge White Scars commission. Here's the uh, main piece, the head. It's actually a full White Scars army, but I mean, this is the best one. Let's be honest. So I was working on my guys, and I'm like, I need to see all my stuff. And I got some new containers, so we're now organizing the stream for like we, that we're organizing bits for 8 hours. Thank you. Because yeah, so outside of thank you for the follow. Outside of painting and streaming, I'm a web dev, and I have like 2 small web contracts going simultaneously at the moment, which I should be wrapping up next week. And I just learned that this like really big government job I've been waiting on for a while just got the green light, so that'll be starting up in the next week or two as well. So I'm like, all right, we are back to working 7 days a week. but I need to organize my stuff. So now you guys get to deal with that. Oh, thank you. It's actually just what I needed. But yeah, I'm so I stream 32 hours a week on average. Wednesday through Saturday, 8 hours a day. So now I'm going to be doing web dev like basically every other workable hour I can squeeze in for the rest of the week. Woo! But nah, it's good. I don't do well with boredom anyway. Hence, operating two businesses at the same time, I dropped a Narc skull. Where'd you go? Oh, nice. Landed right in the middle of my mat. Actually, this stream getting properly started came out of me trying to take a couple days vacation. I made it like 24 hours in before like exactly how I was gonna set up all my stuff like hit me, and I just started making the thing. And I'm like, wow, I have a problem. Like I cannot just take a break. It doesn't work. I take a break and I think of new business ideas. So we're gonna be clipping most of the box of skulls, and then a box of reavers, which I'm like, why do I have more reavers? I can explain that, but it's also like why reavers could have been something more useful that are officially being So let's see, it's reavers. It's 9 reavers, 4 fin risen wolves, and Auric the Slayer that were leftovers from a weird commission last summer. Sorry, not last summer. Summer before. Wow, I still think it's late 2022. Um, Summer 2021, I believe. Yes. Uh, I got a weird commission, and it didn't go fully to the scale we thought it would. It ended up being rather short, so I added all these extra resources. So now I'm like basically incorporating all that back into everything else. So for the spruce, I get them to a roughly vertical shape, and then I store those as well and use them for all kinds of stuff. Actually, these cool, like this pattern, that's cool. I could probably do something with that. How about you, Uber? Do you play? Do you collect? Do you paint? If so, what of any of the above? Tell me about you. Try to play, but don't find enough time and end up mainly putting my time into painting. Yeah, it's basically where I'm at. I think I have my first game next week in since like August, a tournament in August. 40k custom chapter Space Marines. Nice. Under which lineage? And all these can go off into the new sprue container. Man, we are trying to make Corn excited today. making a pile of skulls. I don't think it will compare to either Ingrons or Karns, though. All of them made a custom chapter so I don't chapter lock myself. Oh, okay, fair enough. As I'm pretty new, I had no clue which chapter to pick. That's fair. I picked Raven Guard due to lore because I was a lore junkie for years before I started getting into the hobby. I read just lore for like 5 years. Mostly the wiki, actually. Because at the time, I didn't have a smartphone. I had like a semi-smartphone that technically had internet, but really it was a track phone. And like the only app for entertainment I could get to run on that thing was like the wiki fandom app. So I started reading 40K at my job on breaks and stuff, and just did that for like 5 years. And then eventually, a friend of mine who plays Black Templars got me the Dark Vengeance box back in like 2016. I was like, oh, these are kind of cool. And then I really started getting into it when 8th dropped in 2017 and got the Dark Imperium box. And that's when I started like painting and stuff and actually doing this seriously. Ironically, I had more consistent income when I was just reading it and thought that it was too expensive of a hobby for me than most of the time that I was doing the hobby. uh, but yeah, I determined fairly early on that if I were to start collecting, it'd be Raven Guard. I I just like their lore the best. Actually, it's not even so much the lore the best; it's their chapter culture and ideals and tactics and style and all that. I vibe with the pragmatists and the stealth and hunting tyrants is a favorite of mine. My skull pile has become so large that the skulls don't even bounce when they hit it, they just stick. For the most part. Yeah, the lore is bonkers. I swear the only reason I get through like actual books is because of Audible that I just listen to doing whenever I'm like away from my desk and doing stuff with my hands, if you will. Cooking, showers, yard work, dishes. It's great. Like during painting. I because of my setup. Well, I mean, a lot of my painting's done on stream, obviously, so there's that. But even when I'm painting casually for, off stream, I actually have a TV directly in front of me that my laptop's like wired into. So I usually have like YouTube or something going on there. And I'll usually have either like Critical Role or something akin to that, or I watch a lot of like not education, but like factual stuff. Everything. Science, history, politics, current events, military nonsense. Twitch and painting are a great combo. I have a hard time with Twitch and painting as a viewer, actually. I love painting with you guys. Uh that's fun. Um when I'm viewing, I usually try to find small streamers and I just end up talking with the streamer. I never actually paint. It's bad. It just immediately becomes just like a social media for me when I watch other people. Yeah. But seeing that talking doesn't require my hands usually. I can chat while painting, no problem. Man, there's a lot of skulls here. I wasn't sure how much I was joking when I put in the description of the stream that, like, alright, time to snip sprues, or are you ready to snip sprues for 8 hours? I'm not. Let's do it. Good lord. Still searching for good speech to text. Oh yeah, that would make sense. Man, that could help me out a lot actually in a few different ways. I don't know why I don't use that. Be great for Discord. Actually, that'd be great practice for me. So I do. Hold on, I just realized, is one of my timers working? I feel like the sponsored timer isn't working. Also, I'm gonna change up the music slightly. Not a ton. I didn't like a lot of songs like rolling up after that. All right, that's better. Uh, yeah, no, it says the factor timer is running. I feel like I haven't seen it in a while. No, it definitely has not been working. That's weird. Hmm. All right, anyway. You know what speech to text would be great for? So I don't really make a much of a secret of it on the stream. I like talking about heavy topics. I enjoy it. I enjoy solving problems, and those are important problems to solve. That's why I have the chat rules the way they are. As long as you're not trying to make someone else have a bad time, then I don't care about what topics we talk about or whatever. So along that vein, I'm in a Discord server for political discourse. Actually, a mod. And I think having a speech to text would actually help my speaking ability a lot when it comes to formulating and presenting debates. Political, cultural, historic, military, whatever. Theology, philosophy. See, I don't think that. I don't even necessarily think most people have a problem with talking about those. They have a problem when people are immature about it and start, you know, yelling, screaming, pushing their point, uh, character assassination. No, 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 no. Just have a actual, serious or semi-serious discussion. Just, don't be a jerk about it. Yeah, right, exactly. Which is why I say, like, My only rule is don't try to make someone else in the chat or me try to have a don't try to make them have a bad time. Like, you know what? You want to come in and debate the benefits of Marxism? Sure, I will go back and forth with you on that. Or fascism. Anything. I don't care as long as you're being respectful in presenting your ideas or thoughts or whatever. And yeah, I'll get spicy with it. I got some spicy takes. I think that's actually normal. I think that's good, actually. It's the problem is when you start trying to force things. Like, you want to know a spicy take? Here's a spicy take. You ready for this? You're gonna have to like really follow until the end here for this to make sense. I think we chose the wrong side in World War II. And the reasoning for that is actually we could have taken out both Hitler and Stalin if we had joined the Axis, actually. There was a video I saw last year that gave an alternate history version of if America joined the Axis powers, and it kind of culminated with us, instead of arming Soviet Russia, who then went on and did way more damage to the human species than Hitler did, numerically speaking. Instead of arming them, we armed Hitler with attacking the Russians and just had them blow the crap out of each other for like 2 additional years, while we effectively just contained Japan and England. Uh, Not even fighting that much in reality. And then, eventually Germany and Russia are entirely, exhausted. That video ended with us nuking Moscow instead of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and then we could have rolled right up Hitler no problem if we wanted to. Instead, we joined the Allies because, well, there's a lot of reasons for that, actually. They get kind of deep, but anyway, we joined the Allies, took down Hitler, and then whitewashed Stalin in our collective memories because he was an ally. When the tally for communist kills via government, if you will, went anywhere from 20 million to 100 million, depending on who you're asking. Ukrainians alone in the Holodomor genocides which were artificial famines. There's a lot of literature on how they were very purposefully done. Were somewhere between 7.5 and 12 million people. That already by itself, and that was just one actual aspect of the Holodomor. Holodomor went through a lot of others. I think I'm saying that right, by the way. It's a weird word for me. Anyway, that's one specific artificial famine of many in one specific region of that one specific famine. That alone already outpaced the Holocaust. But and I'm not saying the Holocaust wasn't bad. That was also bad. But like, with hindsight, like, good lord, we should have focused on the Russians. Pretty hard. I'm honestly, I'm with Churchill. We should have been, if we joined the Allies, then we beat Hitler, go through Berlin and then just keep on going to Moscow. So that's a spicy take that, at first glance, I think most people would be like, wait, what? Excuse me? Because immediately after World War II, guess who had nukes and who didn't? Russia didn't have nukes for a good number of years until a good number of years later, so there would have been nothing actually stopping us from continuing a conventional war to roll through Russia. Now, would have been real hard? Yeah, probably. Short of nuking Moscow. And knocking out the Soviet leadership. Because by then, well, I mean, the problem was that we armed the crap out of the Russians by that point, so, man, they definitely had numbers. But at the end of the day, we still were beating them out industrially. It's just, yeah. U.S. government didn't want to go through that level, instead just set up for the Cold War. Woo. I think this is ironically rather appropriate for building a pile of skulls. Oh man, there's so many left. First sentence was surprising for sure, but ended with different ending for the same good. I would summarize if I'm rephrasing that correctly. Yeah, it's uh yeah. We us joining the Axis would have had a better overall ending for the species. Which, by the way, like, while I am American, I like at this point in life, I focus on what's good for the most number of people. I don't care what nationality. I don't have any particularly strong allegiances to any nation or any of that beyond what's like immediately outside my front door. You know, human lives are human lives, you know? Isn't ethical based on approach the best for the greatest number? Um, yeah, more or less. Now, I mean, yes, there's caveats to that. So for example, like, I suppose my philosophical pillars are um individual freedom, individual responsibility, and greatest pragmatic benefit. That those would be my three axioms that everything else is filtered through. So yeah, I prefer, if we're going to have governments, which I'm not, which, I think there will be a point where we don't even necessarily need or would want governments, but I prefer smaller governments, hands off, liberal democracies and or republics over anything authoritarian. Free market capitalism. I'm a very staunch capitalist, which I do believe gives the greatest number of people. I mean, there's a quote that every system creates inequality, but capitalism is the only system that creates wealth. Great stand, I can imagine that bringing some really tough decisions. No clue if I spelled tough correct. No, yeah, you spelled tough correct. Yeah. Well, tough I suppose depends on your definition of tough. Tough as in I'm going to offend the very loud left. Yes, absolutely. Do I think that's tough? No. I think it's hilarious. the, the left hate me. They don't. The few that know that I exist, they hate me. And I am totally ready for more of them to hate me. That's fine. I'm not necessarily right either. I'm actually I kind of see it a little bit as like we have our political spectrum wrong. It's not a left to right thing. It's more of a triangle. And you have three extremes. You have order slash security, which is the right. Then you have uh, equality or equity or quality of outcome, which is the left, the extreme left. And then you have a third one, which I guess is like, if you look at the normal one, like it's the center but extreme out, and that's based on freedom. And I'm like way over there. So like left is, classically blue, I suppose, right now. Right is red, and then freedom is yellow, which is the center, but just out a bunch. Sup, Red Wing? We're talking politics. I think the extremes are a problem no matter what the stand is. Yes, there's a point where freedom goes too far. Uh, but we're so far away from that right now that it's not even a concern. If anything, right now the one in ascendancy we need to worry about is the left. The left has gone into its extremes currently, while back in a lot of the 19th century, it was the right that was in ascendancy. And we have to kind of bring it back to a bit of balance here. I would say that ideally, in an ideal world, I would be an anarcho-capitalist, which is an extreme. But pragmatically, I'm a lot closer to like a classical liberal, libertarian centrist, because of the actual world we live in. Would you think there would be an equilibrium standpoint where we always need to swing to retain balance? There will always be a swing. It's just kind of human nature. So it comes down to human psychology, actually. So using like the big five psychological traits, there's the two traits, conscientiousness and openness, right? Openness is your how open you are to new experiences, and is usually the biggest indicator of creativity. I actually am very high in openness. Unsurprisingly, I'm a professional artist. I've always been creative. And a lot of people mistake me for a liberal, actually. Consistently, actually. For a variety of reasons. While conscientiousness is like a combination of like industriousness, orderliness, and awareness of others, if you will. And there's some nuance within there, but for the most part, it functions. And conservatives are generally, found to have higher conscientiousness, which actually I do have a fair bit of, but that's besides the point. I'm way higher in openness. Um, Openness is the indicator of left liberal concepts, or thinkers, I should say. You need both, is the thing. Like, you actually do need both. You need the liberal types to pave new avenues for society to move forward, to think of and try new ideas, because it's risky. Most ideas are bad, and you need to actually try stuff to find the good ones. And when you blaze the new trails and find the good ideas, you need the conservatives, the conscientious people, the traditional people, to come in and actually build the structures, build the settlements, if you will, and build that up, which you need a conservative, consistent, orderly, industrious outlook to uh to do so. Like the middle, the middle managers, basically the engineers, et cetera, et cetera. Um, so you need both, else you get too much order into stasis, or too much chaos uh into like 40k level chaos, into destruction. Creation, real creation occurs at the meeting of order and chaos, I believe. So there will always be a swing. It's just a question of who in the culture is in ascendancy. And I think right now it's currently the left, and they've already gone quite a ways. And while I'm not right, I definitely sound right in a lot of various ways when I really start digging into topics. But really, I'm by general standards in America a centrist. And it's weird sometimes because, like, especially on like cultural stuff, guessing people will always need a problem to solve. There's a problem to solve by creating a problem. Oh yeah, there's that too. Humans are designed for forward momentum. We must have a hill to climb to be satisfied. Not happy. I don't think happiness is actually a real goal. Happiness is an emotion, and you can't have any of one emotion all the time. It burns out your system. But purpose, on the other hand, that's what people actually need to feel fulfilled and satisfied and not miserable with their life. Having a purpose, yes. Um, so yeah, no, it's a whole thing where if you were to take all of a person's um problems away, they'll then just start destroying the very system that solved all their problems just to give themselves something to do. They just get bored. Like I said earlier, where like if I take too long of a vacation, I just start building new entrepreneurial pursuits. So yeah, I end up in a weird position where on one hand I believe a person has the right to do more or less whatever they want as long as they are not harming others. And on the flip side saying that yes, a lot of, you know, traditional things like marriage uh is like a good thing. However, it's a good thing for like 90 something percent of the population because then you have weirdos like me that don't easily fit into most traditional conceptions of things because I'm a high creative. Uh that you need the combination of having the traditions there while having the freedom for people to exist outside of those traditions if they wish to, which usually sends both sides like for a loop. So I gotta get a new car now. Ooh, can we get a emotional damage going? Because I don't have my sound alerts up at the moment. Oh wait, no, I think I can do it through here. Well, let me do it through this panel. That'd be nice. Nope, I somehow in the Twitch preview they don't let you do your own sound alerts through the plugin. Dude, I told mine this morning. Honestly, not sure Outland got bruised. Dude, what happened? Like, what even? Man, what an entrance. Say, hi, table, how are you? By the way, I almost died today. Okay, I finally got it. Here we go. There we go. Jeez. Went to turn left, dude, blew through a red and smoked my car. Ooh, well, on the plus side, you should be able to get a good bit of a settlement from that. Man, it's amazing what happened if people just paid attention to what was going on. By the way, you like my pile of skulls? Completely unrelated. That's nuts, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I hope you end up with a bunch of money for that, because that's some nonsense. Alright, I think I clipped all the skulls, and now I just have to get all these skulls into the proper container. Right, but Michigan is a no-fault state, so... What? That's a thing? No fault incre... This is why my second axiom for my general philosophy and political stuff is personal responsibility. People can just run through a red light and nearly kill someone, and they just walk away. Like, what is that? Also, I think one of those jaws just jumped into one of my other segments. That... Well, alright. Well, I don't use human jaws that often, so... I don't think I've used any of the human jaws, actually. Hope everyone will be okay. Thanks for stream after run. Have a good one, Uber. Thanks for joining in and the fun chat. Yeah, it'll be good. Just gonna have to get a new car, more than likely. I mean, I assume you had insurance that'll pay for the new car, right? Man, it's got a bunch of weird stick bits. Final insurance will probably next couple of days. Gotcha. Man, this is one of the reasons I wish I was a bigger streamer, because I would love to be like, if they don't, we could see about putting out the word and doing some fundraising for you, but I don't think that would really result in anything. I'm a too tiny. As you can see by the 0/16 on the factor. On the factor sponsorship. Hey, you got by. I mean, I still think that whole system, the no fault system, is bullcrap. It's like the what is it called? Like the free to retreat or whatever the opposite of the castle, the castle doctrine when it comes to home defense. I'm like, oh, it's my right to retreat, huh? So it's their right to invade my house? Like what? Excuse me? I'm actually quite glad I live in a castle state. As true blue as Rhode Island is. So, Red, to catch you up as to what's going on, yeah, Michigan has a weird clause with that also. Man, remind me not to move to Michigan. Gonna be honest, someone breaks into my house, like they're dying. That was a fatal mistake. Terminal stupidity. Oh yeah, so to catch you up on what's going on, in thinking about doing the fifth infiltrator as our spearman is now done, uh, I realized I should have all of my potential bits available, and I have some new containers for my mom going through the kitchen, so it is a very northern and blue state, yeah. Uh, I should reorganize and go through and update my bit storage stuff. So this is now a bits organization stream. And I actually do have ideas for the sprue, which what I generally do is clip it into vertical or not vertical, well, not vertical, like linear strips. And I have now begun filling my second container of them. And in the process of this, let me see, Spear Guy, I'm curious how I came out. Oh yeah, here we go. I'll pull him up again. Yeah. He's got the skull skirt. This is the squad's headhunter. I might go back and actually that cross there looks kind of like it could be ropes. So I'm thinking of going back and repainting those ropes. But yeah, I did. I thought I'd do more with it, but I just didn't at the time of like making. I did not feel like pulling the chain out because I thought about maybe wrapping in chain or green stuffing something around it. But I just had this little like snippet thing of a little metal hanging on the horn. That's about it. Yeah, I just getting progressively tired last week. Still kind of tired now. I just learned that I'm going to be basically. Remember that announcement I made? Oh, actually, you joined right after I made that announcement. You joined the community right after that. Uh, so I've been waiting on this big government job for web dev, and I just learned that it's now officially a go, and my dad's going to start doing meetings to hammer down the details of some of the stuff next week. And I have currently two smaller web dev contracts in the works that I intended on finishing next week. So it looks like I will be officially working 7 days a week for the next while. So my situation get about to be a lot better, but man, my work schedule just got nuts, and I am already tired. I feel tired right now. I don't know how to fix it honestly at this point. I don't. I'm assuming it's just I'm getting tired of being cold. It's March now. It needs to start getting warmer. Maybe I'll be able to sleep a little better. Yeah, thank you. That's a big deal actually, because April was turning. Okay, whole thing here. I did my taxes a couple weeks ago. I got mauled. Like the federal government just bent me right over. Uh, so I did the calculations, and I was like, man, I'm gonna need like 2 grand to get me through to May. Most of it around April, which is also my birthday. Ah, and I had like at the time I made those calculations, I had like 65. Sup, Sai? I had like $65 in my bank account. I had like $20 in my wallet. I had known I'd get like $300 in April after the taxes went out, and I'm like, Yeah, yeah, nuts. I'm like, I need like 2 grand in cash. Like, how is this even gonna work? Um, I had uh, I had just gotten a sponsor, and then my first day with it Saturday was like the slowest day since October for a stream, which is nuts because it was a Saturday of all days. And it was like no one here in here. I was by myself for 90% stream. I'm not throwing out any shade or blame. I'm just stating the facts. Um, like I was just by myself, and it was my day of announcing the sponsorship, and I'm like, oh man. Um, I was waiting for assets to work on this one web dev contract, so I couldn't make any more money with that. I had like a few $100s more I could get out of that at the current point, but needed to finish it before I could actually write out the invoice and everything. A big bit of fudge is up on my water. Get out! Meh. And I'm just like losing it. So like I got 60 days to make like 2K, which shouldn't be a problem, except no one wants to hit green buttons. Um, I made a map for a one shot that's a semi isolated Dwarven Ridge Dust Forest. Would you want to take a peek at it? Sure, throw it in Discord. So then, like one after another, I get like this last weekend. I couldn't relax, but I didn't really have much to like work on, and I was just exhausted the whole weekend. It was pretty rough. And what ended up occurring was Monday morning, I get a text from my ex's mother. Weirdly enough, she wants a website and is like ready to start paying me. I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll take work. Let's do it. My other web dev contract starts sending me assets so I can do all that. I hear that the White Scar's getting picked up and I'm getting some Voton to paint next week. So that'll be a thing. It'll be tier 1, so it'll be pretty basic, but we might do some cool stuff with that. And then now this thing, I'm like, oh yeah. So like right from the get go, when I learned about the high taxes, I was like, man, there are two versions of this. Either I am going to have economic warfare on my bank account through April, and my birthday's gonna suck, or I'm gonna be rolling in cash. I don't know which it's gonna be, but I feel like it's really gonna be one or the other. It looks like I'm getting the rolling in cash timeline, so yay, yay me. Um, I have here uh list of cash. Well, it looks like it's being the cash because, like, I don't start a website or a commission without deposits. So even if it takes me 2 months to do the government web dev contract, I'm getting a bunch of money up front. Uh, and I am getting paid on the other two web dev contracts by themselves. Actually, I did some math on it last night. Just those alone would get me through to May, like just barely by like the seat of my pants as it stands. Um, so no, it's starting to actually look pretty good. So what I got here is actually some Space Wolves stuff. I got two very slightly new Space Wolves upgrade things. I got some Fenrisian Wolves. I got Ulrich the Slayer, and I got 9 Reavers. And the reason for all this is because of a very weird commission I did last year. Came out looking really cool. The pictures will go up eventually. It just there's some weird stipulations with it I gotta figure out later. When I'm actually ready to like post them. But anyway, these were supposed to be for doing more of that, and it never happened. And I had originally bought these to be repaid for later, and it just never happened. So now they're mine because this is what happens. Basically. So now they're getting added to the kit hash pile, and I'm like, how in Reavers really? To be fair, Reavers actually are great conversion bits. I've used a bunch of Reaver like swords and pistols for my original kit, so I guess this isn't terrible, but like it's really fights Reavers. Sure, yeah, we'll take a look at it. So we're going through all of that and put them in the stuff, and then maybe we'll start looking at making Infiltrator number 5. That's the plan today. Mm. Run a session with this map in 2 hours here. Alright, yeah, I'm pulling it up. Semi-isolated dwarves village in a deep forest, include one main map, 5 zoomed in and gridded maps for combat and exploration, and one DM copy as simply as names and zones in the overall map, all at 3K Ultra HD. Are these things you could consider selling later? Because I'm pulling it up and we're all gonna look at it in a second here. This is what I'm saying. You need to start making these so you can just sell them after you're done using them, you know? Good stuff, might finally finish my night abominate. Nice. Alright. Check out this map. This actually looks pretty good. Honestly, the scale looks correct for like an actual like town with people living in it, you know? Like it feels like an actual village with like the correct number of houses and industry and everything. This is good. It's a giveaway for an ad I'm still working on. Oh, cool. Nice. And then I'll bring up some of the other ones, or I'll like named one anyway, so we can kind of see what it's all about. So we got Market District. That makes sense. Semi-open market. Housing district, yep. Crossroads, farming district, that's what it looked like. Organization HQ and front entrance, which includes like some barracks, I assume, and some watchtowers, and this thing as a actual like holdout. Yeah, that was pretty good, man. I like it. And they come gridded. That's good. Very good. Look at one of the zoomed in ones? Yeah, okay, I'll toss a zoomed in one up there. It goes even higher HD. Yeah, we'll take a look at probably the one most likely to see some nonsense in the market district. I think I just accidentally opened Steam. Oh wow, look at this. Yeah, you can really like actually populate and figure this stuff out. A well here makes sense. Near forges, the mine, wood lumber near the mine. Let's go. Makes sense. Actual economics and industrial work. And some more blacksmithing over here. So the refineries over there, blacksmithing's over there. Yeah, yep, let's go. More blacksmithing. I probably would have flipped this around personally, but you wouldn't be able to tell what it is from the other way, so I mean, you could just say that. But yeah, I mean, based because of the assets, I mean, I can see why, you know, they're not all oriented the same way, but like stuff is actually put in like a pretty reasonable layout. I like this. This is good. This is good stuff. Wish I could always have one direction because perspective. Yeah, no, that's why I said like it's just, yeah, like that temple looking thing that should be flipped. Those couple southern forges should be flipped, but I mean like it's because of the assets. That makes total sense. Um, but yeah, no, it looks like a real town, man. I could actually see myself going in there and like being able to do stuff. Uh, okay. I need to run to the bathroom, so I'll be back in a minute. And we can continue this, and I can start, you know, snipping out space wolves, I guess, because that's my life now. All right, and Okay, I am back. Okay. Ah, I am late for the thing. So, this I will get to your comment in a second. Sigh. This ping stream is sponsored by Factor 75. Sourcing healthy food doesn't need to be as grueling as foraging on Kachan, nor as boring as the nutrient paste of the Astartes. The chef-selected and pre-prepared meals of Factor 75 are customized to your ideal diet, individual lifestyle, and busy schedule. Keto, vegan, vegetarian, low calorie, or the Emperor's chosen selection, the holiest of holy diets, Protein Plus, are all designed to meet that imperial gold standard of both delicious and nutritious. A rotating weekly menu of 27 plus meal options and 33 plus add ons like smoothies, keto shakes, and desserts for guilt free enjoyment keeps your dining feeling like an imperial governor's with the flesh fuel required to loyally serve the Emperor. You're loyally serving the Emperor, right? Right? A fraction of the price of ordering in by the meal and superior nutrition to fast food, Factor 75 is here to support your quest to slay the gray, like this, by not cutting into your precious hobby time when it's time to refuel the tanks. With 2 minutes or less prep time and no mess, nothing will get the brush back into your hand faster. The flesh is weak, but Factor 75 makes it about as close as it gets to just plugging into the wall like a true Mechanicus Magos. All praise the Omnissiah. Use my link or go to go.factor75 and use code FACTORSE25574 for 50% off your first box. Or use Command Factor. That'll get you there too. Okay, it's Mad Read. Yeah, we're sponsored now for 3 weeks. The next 3 weeks that offer's live, and we're aiming for 16. We're not gonna hit 16, but I mean it'd be really freaking cool if we hit 16. Um, 16 new people in the U.S. getting their first box is what we're after. Anyway, so if you want to support the stream, you can go actually like legit with the 50% off through the link. Again, command factor, exclamation mark factor will get you that link. Um, their cheapest box is 6 meals for $40. Like, come on, man, it's less than $10 a meal. Pretty good. Okay, so after 3 years of making towns and town maps nearly bi-weekly, I'm finally able to start making realistic town maps. Yeah, you have obtained relative realism. I say relative because the buildings are still looking in the wrong direction. Only if it's heretical. Oh, the food? Well, I mean, you could get vegan. I think that's pretty heretical. Like I said, the Emperor's Chosen is, in fact, Protein Plus. I went into the map to see how derpy it would look if turned around. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we'll take a look. Yeah, you don't even need to use the code if you actually use that specific link. It just automatically applies it. Let's check out this. Let's check out the derp map. That's yeah, we're putting that on the screen. What's the name of those paintings where they break physics? You know, like the stairs just going in both directions? Like like that. That's what that is. That's that type of painting. That's what's happening there. It's just like it's just I mean, it looks realistic and then it also is like it's upside down, but it's perfectly on it. So like where'd the flip we are now in the warp. Like ah ah makes your brain start to no longer. Yeah, no, this is like the shadows on it could look right, but then the building's the wrong way, and like, oh man, you should do that with a couple buildings and like the nondescript ones, like just the normal houses, and see if anyone picks up on it. Like just a regular normal house, just upside down. Oh, you should make that like part of like the storyline. Like reality's breaking or something. Or someone messing with people's minds or something. I don't know. Like there's stuff you could do with that. This house somehow seems to be attached to the ceiling to the floor. Yeah. Well, actually, my DM did that actually recently in the Cleric campaign with the Wizard Tower. We so we had a room where we had to pull all these specific drawers out at the same time, and then it would lower the middle of the floor downward into a staircase. And we went down the staircase in the middle of the room. We came out on top of the ceiling of what looked like basically the same room. Yeah, the room was very slightly different, like, but basically, yeah, that's what happened. Because wizard towers, because screw your understanding of reality. That DM is something of a monster in the best way. He really likes messing with our heads, and it's awesome. You know, it's interesting. I might actually use some of these on my guys. Not the pauldron necessarily, but some of the other bits, and the chain swords almost definitely. And the knives, actually. Is that a... I know it's supposed to be a wolf skull, but that right there could be turned into a bird skull. I feel like kind of easily. Anyway, you can start prepping for gamers. It's a funny optical illusion, though. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's funny. Yeah, have a good one. Maybe I'll see you when you come out, because I'll probably still be streaming. Yeah, I'll still have a good 2 hours to go after that. I'm still chilling here for a bit. Oh, okay. Good stuff. Just gonna be in the background here and there. Fair enough. I shall remain in your background. So there. Maybe I'm the one that's in the background. Did you think of that? I'd say you're devoted to 480p. I shall become potato for that comment. No, I'm the one in the background. I get background privileges. Whatever that is. Hey, Red, you still there? I want to talk about Space Marines. I don't know, the last like 2 minutes, half of the viewers jumped according to that. Oh, cool, yeah. I don't. I mean, probably not because you don't play any of the loyalists. But did you happen to see Auspex tier video for Space Marines that came out yesterday? Guys, it was spicy. Bro, I literally know every single thing about every single Space Marine that's ever been or ever will be. Yeah. What is Cave-In Strike personal retinue called? Nope, too low for me. 7. No. Uh, it sounds like Death Guard shenanigans to me. Anyway. He put, can you believe this? Scouts. Is that updated yet? It will be. Okay. Scouts were in upper tier 1 for the Codex Space Marine. I can't not do it now. I did it once. It's all over. Man, I wish I wish my parents would go with swears. I'd be going off so hard right now. Anyway, I mean, cost effectiveness, I could see it. Well, so here were the other things in tier 1. We're infiltrators. No, infiltrators tier like top of tier 1, like absolute best units. No way. Um, I don't know why, but the idea of someone's special attack being named 7 is hilarious. Oh, not his attack, no, his personal retinue, like his elite like bodyguard people. But yeah, fair enough. Uh, assault terminators because was 130 points for 5 thunder hammers and storm shields. Like, whoa. Well, I gotta start painting now. Like, wow. Okay. What's up, potato? Yeah. This is a spruce snipping stream. How dare you make me paint? I got the mini here, but I gotta pull the stuff off my painting stuff, which is the whole point of me actually doing this organization. Yeah, you gotta start painting. Yeah, this is a bits organization stream, potato. How dare you? Put these guys back over here where they were. Well, I guess it's good that I still refreshed my rinse water. I have 45k points. How badly do I want to make basically get 0 clipping done today? I guess the first squad is getting some reinforcements today. Ugh. Did I say 8 hours of snipping sprues? I meant 8 hours of painting tactical marines. Not even painting them necessarily well, because, man, the number of layers in this has made some of the paint not going on super well, but fortunately, this is just based on my discretion, so screw standards, I suppose. What else is tier 1? Oh, yeah, sorry. So, infiltrators, scouts plus the land speeder storms. Shut up, Sai. I'll kill you. In game. uh, in game. The uh, Soul Terminators. What are the other ones? Sorry, I gotta look them up now. I don't remember. There was at least one other. I think there are 2 others. And they're just blanking hard for me now. It's no longer Relic Contemptors or Vanguard Vets. Those are now in like lower tier 1 or tier 2, I forget. Oh, I'm pulling it up. The CFC is tier 2. The CFC is a weird concoction between tier 2 and like tier 4 at any given time. Let's see, the Space Marines tier list. My poor Storm Raven was put in tier 4. Okay. Tier 1. Oh, sorry. Scouts were actually bottom of tier 1. So upper tier 1, like best of the best, was Infiltrators, Terminator Assault Squad, Eradicators, and Attack Bikes plus Land Speeders, which he recommends for the Land Speeders to be Tornado with Assault Cannon. So it's the Multi-Melta above, Assault Cannon below. I still like my Tsunami with the rockets, personally, but I can see why he'd go Land Spears, because he's thinking of them as a harassment unit. And attack bikes, multi-melta. It's a bike plus multi-melta. And Raven Wing make them extremely good. And then lower tier 1 is Aggressor, Scouts plus Land Speeder Storm, Incursors, Stern Guard, Devastator Squad with Drop Pod, Assault Squad in tier 1. But only for certain chapters. Eliminators, not really surprised there. Vanguard Vets, Redemptor plus Brutalist Dreadnoughts, the HQ slots, because they're all pretty much good, regardless, depending on what you're doing, and Apothecary were a lower tier 1. So let me get back to where I can see the chat. Centurions are tier S++. Centurions are only good in Raven Guard. That's the problem. So he actually has Centurions in like tier 3, I think. Overshadowed units. Yeah, both Centurions and tier 3 overshadowed units with like Hellblasters and Heavy Intercessors, which both can be absurdly good in certain chapters, is the problem. So like, yeah, Assault Centurions and Raven Guard, which he mentioned specifically, are like brutal good. Oh, sarcasm? No, 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 no. Like Raven Guard Assault Centurions are absolutely brutal. Still, because you can deep strike them. Oh yeah, I need to go to like full on painting cam, huh? Alright, painting. We're doing painting now. What am I painting? I need to highlight the sides of the white stuff that I was working on last night. Insurance are tier neg 1. Oh, I didn't know you could deep strike them. Oh, yeah! Yeah, the Strike from the Shadows stratagem lets us put into Deep Strike, true Deep Strike, any Raven Guard infantry. Never actually faced them. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, we used to be able to, when supplements first came out, we used to be able to also use them with Master of Ambush, which was a pre-game redeploy that could go into No Man's Land for the Warlord and one other unit, and they did not have to deploy next to each other. So what you used to do in late 8th edition, which broke the whole game, was you would get 6 Assault Centurions with a Chaplain, Master, or a Captain, usually like a Gravis Captain or something like that. And you would start the game turn 1 with, from 9 inches away from the enemy, 6 Centurions. Oh, no, it wasn't. Sorry. Not Captain or Chaplain. I mean, you could do those as a reasonable, but Apothecary that could heal and resurrect them was the true move. So you'd have healing, resurrecting Assault Centurions with Meltas and the Assault Launchers, starting the game 9 inches away from the enemy. And it was so bad. It sounds infuriating. Yeah, it was so bad they literally changed it so that Master of Ambush could not be used with Centurions specifically. They changed the Warlord trait to say Raven Guard Infantry excluding Centurions, because it was so broke. At that time, remember, late 8th edition, when the supplements came out and after the Iron Hands got their nerf, Raven Guard were the strongest sub-faction in the game. Raven Guard actually ruled the game in late 8th, yeah. Kind of cast Terminator strat, yeah, except Centurions. Oh, and the Centurions also got a 6 field no pain from the Apothecary. Wait, did the Apothecary give all that back then? Oh, I want to check that real quick. Apothecary give the neg 1? I have my 8th edition Space Marine Codex, or my both of them anyway, right here. I want to check that real quick. Yeah, I gotta pack those at some point. For next week, I should have a game against Space Wolves, which I know is crazy with the workload I have, but I just haven't really done anything social in so long. Apothecary. Where are you? Apothecary. Narthecium. Any movement phase, a smile can provide medical potential. One friendly chapter infantry or biker unit within 3 inches of it. If it contains a model that has lost any wounds, that model regains up to D3 lost wounds. Otherwise, if any models from that unit have been destroyed, roll 1d6. On a 4-up, you can return 1 destroyed model from that unit to the battle with 1 wound remaining, placing it within 3 inches of this model and in unit coherency. On a 3 or less, the model cannot shoot. On a 3 or less, this model cannot shoot, charge, or fight this turn. As it recovers the gene seed of the fallen warrior, each unit can only be provided medical attention once per turn. Yeah, so they didn't give out the 6-0 field with no pain, but it still did the D3 lost wounds, and it rezzed on a 4-up instead of using CP. So Yeah, actually, in some ways, it was kind of better than currently, as far as the resin goes. Though now you can give them chief apothecary and get discounts that way. So that's so busted. It's yeah, that's why they nerfed the crap out of it. They just said no, you're literally not allowed to do that strat of a Raven Guard apothecary warlord with Master of Ambush, where he redeploys himself right before the game starts with 6 assault centurions. Yeah. It's a straight up no. You can't do that. You can still do it like aggressors or Vanguard vets or any other infantry, Terminators. You still do that Master of Ambush. A lot of Raven Guard players do Master of Ambush. I actually found that when I was doing the early game assault, I forgot to turn the timer on. Um, 10 minutes of painting this guy, and then we go back to snipping. Uh, I did um, what I did was I did Swift and Deadly. Oh, okay. I'll wait till you come back. Sup, Potato? How you doing today? Besides, ruining my good fun, ruining my organization. I'm searching the house for my work badge. Oh, should probably have that, huh? Always find that line weird. Yeah, probably should have your badge. Yeah, probably. All right, that's the highlight. I can clean up the well. Hmm. So this poor shoulder pad has had so many layers of everything on it that I just can't get stuff to go smooth on it. Who is pinging me on Discord? Oh. Ping, 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 ping. Yeah, I know. I get all my Discord pings like when I start streaming. Yo, seriously, when I'm like the rare occasions I'm not doing anything or I'm trying to like relax and like socialization would probably facilitate that. Nothing. Dead silence. Radio off. And then I'm working, like whether it's like web dev or streaming or something. Man, it's nonstop. Like it don't fail. When I worked security, they give you these cheap metal badges that are silver underneath but painted gold. The gold ones are for normal employees and silver ones go to supervised only. I accidentally ran my badge through the wash and it washed all the gold off, leaving it plain silver. I promptly got in trouble 2 weeks later when I supervised the random inspection job site. Wow. How much for the gun to have multiple colors? Uh, it would be like you probably. Hmm, you'd probably knock it into multiple details, I think. Or well, what do you want to do exactly? What's the concept here? Because it might just fall under like just normal gun price. Oh, I mean, I suppose it depends on what you want to do. Because I mean, multiple could be any number. If it was like every individual piece of detail was a different color, probably just split up into detail pricing per the thing. If it's like two, then probably just the same as a gun, just like the weapon pricing. Ugh. Something like that, Si. Did your game get canceled? I feel like a game got canceled. And then all the prep. Now I'm just waiting for an hour and 20 minutes here. Sounds like I might get bumped up out of 480p. If I eat any more food, I'm gonna sober up instantly and take another hit too early for the game. I have another hour 20 till dinner, and I am starving. I'm always hungry. I gotta do a grocery run tomorrow so I can have like snacks, man. I am I am chomping here. I'm on episode 1040. I don't think I've watched 1048 of anything ever. Still got a little over 100 episodes left to be caught up. And they're making more. Jeez. What? Just some weight up on there. They're still making episodes weekly every Saturday. That's insanity. And it felt like Game of Thrones would end. Like, jeez. I still don't know where those settings are for that new donation thing. That doesn't even work and doubles up for some reason. I don't. I guess I gotta look into that. All right, $6 towards the meme lord overlords. Yellow bullets. I don't know what the bullets. What you mean by the bullets on there? Because it's a plasma gun. We'll get to that in a second. I guess green plasma. Okay, the plasma coils are green. Sure. The rest of the gun blue. Okay. Yeah, we got one more minute attack marine, and I'll do that. Thank you for the donation. What am I doing next in this guy? Uh, hmm. I guess I could do scripting on these things real quick. Oh, I may have been looking at the thing hanging off the gun. Oh, the little metal thing. Yeah, it's a little like talisman, whatever. Yeah, I can make that yellow. It's like a bug. It's like the holy fly of Nurgle. Nurgle finds the fly sacred, you know, because decomposition and everything, rotting corpses, corpse flies. So it's one of his holy symbols. So this guy has a little holy corpse fly talisman hanging off the gun. Make that thing lime green. Okay. Alright. Lime green I can do. And you want the plasma green and the rest of the gun in blue. Do you have a preference on the blue? Dark blue, light blue, a little greenish blue, a little reddish blue. Navy. Alright. I got that. Hey, Sai, who's the name of the chapter master of the Astra Carcharodon? Or, sorry, Carcharodon Astra. Alright, timer's out on that. So, this can go over here. Oh, come here, you. Oh, oh yeah, I need that food. I know it's a roast. A roast will be good. I hope I get a fatty portion. So yeah, it's the holy corpse fly of, or the sacred corpse fly of Nurgle. So the gun navy, the plasma green, and that will be lime green. Ironically, all these guys are on my blues and greens. A blue. We'll do Cantor blue. That's a pretty good navy. Grab a slightly larger brush. Oh man. No more snipping. No. Must snip. I say no more, no more, nom nom nom. What? Are you eating while telling me I can't do stuff, or are you saying I can't eat stuff now? Oh, that's a tentacle from his arm, so we'll go around that, more or less. I'm eating snacks while telling you no more snipping. Fair enough. Oh, there's gonna be a few coats. Stop, that's too early for that. Nope. Oh. Oh, and I had another dream about like some twisted variants of working my old jobs last night. If you ever wonder why I work so hard to like either remain streaming or painting or web dev or otherwise self-employed, it's because of that. My one recurring, it's not really recurring, it's more like a recurring category of like disturbing dreams. It's always based on my old jobs. Running off monster and searching for badge. I need you guys to uh, give me enough money to start again. Was it? Is it Gamer Subs the one I'm thinking of? Which one has the guacamole gamer fart that sponsors Russian Badger? Gamer Subs. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should start getting Gamer Subs. What do you guys think? You guys think I should be on like a light energy thing? Yep, like I said, now I'm streaming. Everyone's trying to talk to me now. Just getting more and more pings. Jeez. I was talking in my sleep while I worked for Arby's and told Mama we didn't have crinkle fry. Yeah. Oh, yeah, 4 years of retail left my mind with plenty of stuff to haunt me with. I'm just not built to be an employee. I can't do it. You should try W Energy Drink. It's GLS. You can use my coupon code. But supposedly Gamer Subs is too. Supposedly. But I'm not getting anything just yet. I still need, while it looks like I am about to be in a bunch of money soon, I don't have any of it actually yet. And there's a saying for freelancers. You haven't made the money until it's in your bank account. And the money's not in my bank account yet. Hey, Red Wing. Speaking of putting money in my bank account, check out Factor 75. Oh, actually, I should be doing an ad read in about 5 minutes. And, I'll do the ad read now. I'm trying to do it like every hour or so. This painting stream, now it's actually painting. This painting stream is sponsored by Factor 75. Sourcing healthy food doesn't need to be as grueling as foraging on Catchan, nor as boring. I just mind far so hard. Nor as I couldn't read. Nor as boring as the nutrient paste of the Astartes. The chef selected and pre-prepared meals of Factor 75 are customized to your ideal diet, individual lifestyle, and busy schedule. Keto, vegan, vegetarian, low calorie, or the Emperor's chosen selection, the holiest of holy diets. At command, add a break. Reasonable. Alright, where was I? So it's just, I am out of it, man. I need food. The holiest of holy diets, protein plus. I need some protein is what I need. All designed to meet that imperial gold standard of delicious and nutritious. A rotating weekly menu of 27 plus options and 33 plus add-ons like smoothies, keto shakes, and desserts for guilt-free enjoyment keeps your dining feeling like an imperial governor's with the flesh fuel required to loyally serve the emperor. You are loyally serving the emperor, right? Right? A fraction of the price of ordering in by the meal and superior nutrition of fast food, Factor 75 is here to support your quest to slay the gray by not cutting into your precious hobby time when it's time to refuel the tanks. With 2 minutes or less prep time and no mess, nothing will get the brush back in your hand faster. The flesh is weak, but Factor 75 makes it about as close as it gets to just plugging into the wall like a true Mechanicus Magos. All praise the Omnissiah. Use my link or go to go.factor75 and use code FACTORSE25574 for a 50% off your first box. Ah, jeez. Okay. That was a rough one. I had a hard time there. My brain did not want to work. Yes. My brain did not want to read nor speak in any coherency whatsoever. Ah. And that's why I live stream and I don't make scripted videos on YouTube. Is because of that. I can't do it. It just my brain don't work. I made one painting tutorial scripted with voiceover. It was like 25 minutes long and it took me like over a week to make. And that was before I was streaming. So like all I was doing for that week was just that. That was the only thing on my docket and it took me a week. Like I can read scripted stuff, but I am not too good at improv, which is why I stream. Stream is all improv. What do you mean? It's the other way around. Nah. Imp. No, I'm just saying because it's funny. Improv, yeah, improv. I'm doing some improv. Wow, improv. All streaming is improv. It's just improv. You're improving all day. I can improv. Improv's fine. I can roll with nonsense. Improp. No, it's improp. Imprep. Alright, that's almost done here. Yo, if anything, what's gonna be the real problem whenever I get out of here and I can start swearing like I normally would? My problem's gonna be YouTube. YouTube's gonna have a problem with me. Anyway, so random thought. That's the other thing. I'll stream. I can just start rolling with a random thought. Like you can't do that when you're trying to make a video. You're just wasting time. Ugh. Red, you might refuse to serve the Emperor, but you still need flesh fuel. So I still recommend Factor. Alright, so that's the blue. Green. You can have impromptu white too. Yeah, sure. I mean, I did say earlier, Red, that the heretical option, if the Emperor's chosen as protein, what was that? Protein plus? Po uh, protein plus, is probably vegan, because there's no protein. Except complex ones, you have to have like a bunch of different food together to make. Protein pie. It's the pious protein. That's what it is. Oof. Yeah. I tried vegetarianism actually for a year. I didn't go full vegan, but I tried vegetarian, and it did not agree with me, man. I deteriorated hard. She was my side, losing my mind. It's somebody will tell me I'm fine. I'm actually not. Yeah, it's first to 11. I think it's one of the few times they like kind of miss. I don't really think their last resort covers that good. Um, I need different music here. Oh, actually, I see that down there. That's good. Yo, when this first came out, I watched this music video a bunch of times. This is a collab cover of Bad Romance with Lauren Babick and Bill Murray, who makes some very weird music videos, by the way. But yes, get your first box of Factor 75 for as little as $40 for 6 meals, pre-prepared, ready to go, 2 minutes prep time or less, mailed to your door, no effort on your part. Well, Bad Romance Review video. Actually, the music video for this is really cool. Like, it's an acid trip. Literally. Leather Pants is even weirder. I've not seen that one. But yeah, this video is literally an acid trip. I'm not joking. Like, the idea is she accidentally drinks some poison, gets like super high. And the camera work is, the camera editing is like amazing. Leather Pants is a parody to Bad Romance? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, so Red, I don't think I ever fully described why scouts are considered low tier 1 now. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh parody? That's why I've not run into it. I don't follow Yu-Gi-Oh at all. How do I want to do this? Because I kind of want to make this look like decent plasma. Okay, yeah, no, I know how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give this guy some decent plasma here. So scouts are considered tier 1 now because if you're not using infiltrators for forward deploy with sticky objective secured, which some chapters do go better with other infantry options or other troop options. Scouts give you for like 5 of them, it's like 80 or 90 points, and you get they're on camo cloaks, so if they're in cover, they get a 2-up armor save, toughness 4, 1 wound. Dishonoring you, dishonoring your family, dishonoring your cow. Well, for Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh's like whatever, man, I think. Dude, I didn't even know anything about Dragon Ball Z until I watched the bridge. I don't know, I just didn't like get into like all those shows. Closest I got was Avatar: The Last Airbender. Uh, so they're all camo cloaks. Sergeant has a combi melta and Thunderhammer. It's granted, he doesn't have that many attacks, but still, like, I mean, 2 attacks, I think, with a Thunderhammer. It's something. 3 sniper rifles, so that's being able to target characters with strength 4, neg 1, 1 damage, with the ability to generate mortal wounds, and then a missile launcher, usually. Last Airbender? Wow, I can't talk today at all. It's just every... Can't do it. The last Airbundy. Yeah, the last Air Blunder. The last Air Blunder. It was an S tier show, flat out. Like, I don't even care. It's a absolute timeless masterpiece. And I have rewatched the entire thing several times as an adult, and it holds up. It stays good. It's a phenomenal show. I give it I put it in as one of the best animated shows made yet. Like made to date. Just period. Not even kids shows, because you know what? Avatar is not a kids show. Straight up, it's not a kids show. It was on Nickelodeon, sure, but it's not a kids show. That show is relevant to all ages for a bunch of reasons. That show gets into some dark stuff. It's definitely not kids. Yeah. Uh, I am suddenly forgetting how I do my own plasma effect. Hold on, I gotta look at my gunship. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Things are about to change. Oh wait, I should have kept it when only done the top of the thing. I did it wrong. Okay, it'll be fine. Uh oh, you know what? I got this. I got this. Maybe anime, but that's like trying to say that Family Guy or Futurama could show. Yeah, right. Or Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty, which also had acid trips in the show. What about add lists? What do you want added to the lists? There we go. Oh, for the ad break. Right. Rick and Morty's gonna be weird different voices? What do you mean different voices? Rick and Morty's gonna have different voices now? Also, welcome back, Venom. That was quite the lunch break, by the way. That was like 2.5 hours. What am I doing? Right, ad list. Add read command. Team lunch got out of hand. Okay. Did the command not work? Oh, ad break. I mean, I don't even run ads anymore. It would just be me doing an ad read. Although I don't think the ad lists command worked for some reason. Oh, I know why. Mix it up isn't on. I didn't open back up Mix it up before streaming, so a bunch of my commands currently don't work. Let me turn that on. No, it would be for the ad read. Yeah, so just go to ad read. I mean, later I can put multiple things in a. Yeah, it's also in the mix it up. I'm turning it back on. Yeah, so mix it up needs to be on for like 90% of our commands to work, and I forgot to turn it back on. After Saturday streams, I usually turn all my streaming stuff off so I have full computer full computer like RAM and memory and everything. That means I have to remember to turn it all back on when I go back to streaming on Wednesday. Yeah. Okay, it's on now, so the command should work now. Now it works. Which, by the way, we're going to be going back to all that being way on the back burner again for anyone that has not heard yet. So I've got, yeah, and it's going to keep getting longer for a while yet because, so I have two current web dev contracts that I'm doing simultaneously, and I'm trying to wrap them up next week when I'm off cam, between Sunday and Tuesday. And then we finally got word on the government web dev job. My dad's going into meetings on it next week, so that will probably be starting the week, like the stream break after that. So like I'm back to working 7 days a week. Justin Roland from Rick and Morty was fired and he did the voices. Oh, I did not know. Is this dry yet? Actually, I was gonna like add extra darkness in the bomb, but I don't think I even need to. I think we could just leave it like that, and actually that looks pretty decent. I could make it look better, but I don't think it's worth the time right now. So we'll put this back on his pedestal and go back to snipping sprue. As I clip everything. Just trying to get in the middle, but it's at a weird angle for me. Sure. So yeah, for the next probably the next month at least, I'm not gonna be doing hardly any work on the stream outside of while I'm actively streaming. Like I'll be streaming, I just won't be doing any active improvements. So like the idea of being thrown around Saturday and I look I looked a little into it of me beginning to or like trying to do tabletop simulator with audience members. That's being put on the back burner for now. All the stuff on the list. Yeah, basically everything because I'm literally going to be working like 80 hours a week again. Well, sorry, not TTS specifically, but like 40K in TTS. We're playing 40K. So you'd be learning 40K if you want in. Because it might be the only game where it doesn't uh right. I mean, we can teach 40K, but there's a lot involved. Yes, Venom, this is a good point. Like I'll still be doing my D&D games. I actually set up to have a 40K game next Monday or Tuesday. Because I'm gonna try to do enough of the other contracts to like before and after streaming, so that I have the extra time to do that. So I don't get totally burnt out hard. Well, to be fair, Potato, actually now's not even the time you want to learn 40K. I'm gonna jump this song. Uh, Hold on, I wanna go to something else now. I don't like any of the songs coming up. Something different entirely, maybe. Hold on, I have things to say. I need the music to be different. Okay, sure. We'll do this. Okay, so I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say. Yeah, wait for 10th. Thank you, Venom. That's exactly what I was thinking. We are It has been all but officially confirmed that in June this year, 10th edition will be dropping. So the core rules of the game, not even the faction rules or expansions or whatever, but the core rules of the game will be going through another shift. So there's not a lot of point now in learning 9th edition. However, when 10th drops, which by then I should have like the relevant web dev jobs like done and have moved on and stuff, that would be actually a good time for me to start, if I have the technological capability, which I very well might when uh by the time I get all the money from these things, um to properly do, like bringing people on to TTS and teaching 40K, etc. That could be a thing. Um, the Yeah, so update on the gaming streams for anyone who doesn't know. It's just only Xbox is available currently, as I try to set up my backup laptop, not backup, but my old laptop, to do the OBS, and my main laptop to do the gaming aspect for PC games, and it just didn't have the capability of receiving the video input or the video display from my current laptop, like at all. Like it just simply does not recognize it. So that's not really an option until I get like a whole new computer from somewhere that has that capability. So yeah, I need to make like a bunch more money in excess of my expenses, and then I could get that, and then we could talk about adding standard gaming streams to the schedule, which is disappointing to me because ironically, I just saw Asmongold upload a video of him doing Elden Ring with a randomizer, and I'm like, son of a, like, I don't know when he streamed it actually, but still. What about Steam? What about Steam? Yeah, where do you think I'm getting my PC games from? No, it's just like my current laptop can't stream and run the games at the same time fluidly. It's really choppy. Oh, okay. So yeah, I need another rig to run the streaming part of it. But my old laptop doesn't recognize the video input, so it's a non-starter. However, you don't need to be smooth on Tabletop Simulator because what I'm doing on there playing 40K is a turn-based game with no animations. It's just us moving parts and like moving pieces and talking and rolling dice. So that is an option. Using my phone for what part of that? Streaming. Can you run OBS on an iPhone? Is that a thing? Yes? Huh. I mean, I had wanted to use my phone as a camera because it's my best camera, but I guess that could make sense, like a face cam. But no, that could make sense. And like to be fair, I could do Xbox games right now. It's just such a pain in the rear to set up to stream the Xbox with my current setup. Like I was really hoping I could figure out a setup where I just move a couple wires to jump from streaming like this to streaming dual PC gaming. But it's like a nightmare to do my Xbox. Hmm. I guess I could look into that. That might be down the road a little bit though, like I said. Ugh. Oh, man, 5:21. Why am I just tired? I swear it's just because it's cold. We had a we had that big winter storm come through and I was just dead the entire time. I was so tired all day, never wanted to do anything, hardly got anything done. I was terrible at streaming from Xbox, not a fan of it all, and yes, I've tried. I have an Xbox One. Yeah, I got an Xbox One too. Like I have all the requisite technology. It's not even like the stream tech portions, it's just my setup. I have to switch around so many inputs and wires of my current setup that are in awkward places and awkwardly set up my Xbox, like the physical brick itself, in weird places uh to stream off my Xbox. And the games that I own for Xbox that I would stream are super non-relevant. Yeah, the sprues. So I can reasonably store them and then use them later because these have no like intended purpose except in the creation of the bits. So I break them up into more or less linear pieces, and I use them. Yeah. For stuff like terrain bits, I had an idea of taking some pieces and what do you call whittling them in a way, although I'm probably gonna use my rotary tool, into like sticks, like literally sticks, like wooden sticks, and mount skulls on them and other stuff as part of some of the next couple guys we make. I just got PS5 this last weekend. I have a chance to use it for anything other than Spotify yet. All I want to do is play games. Not even gonna lie, I used to be such a huge gamer. If I had the time to play video games, which like I did the last couple of days, I don't even know what I would play. Like a game, like even like a new game, like buying a new game. I don't even know what I play. I don't know. It's just nothing's really truly grabbed me like hardcore. I mean, I had that little stint with No Man's Sky, which I still would like streaming. I think streaming is actually a way more fun way of playing that game than normally. Uh the is Elden Ring, and since Elden Ring, like nothing's really grabbed me. I'm gonna separate these wolf bits, and then I'm gonna um organize this quickly, and then move on to the wolves. So we got weapon arm. We go right weapon arm. So that goes over here, and these are left arms. Left arms, so let's go into here. We got some heads. Enjoy watching No Man's some Gnarly World today. Yeah, like No Man's Sky, I think is a great streaming game, and I think it's way more fun exploring all that with people. You know, with an audience. It's just it was super choppy. It just ticked me off. I have very high standards for production value, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, these I'm just gonna put all in the like miscellaneous non Raven Guard dudes slot. And then it's mostly just the aesthetic bits, which can go in the aesthetic bits slot. There's a couple pouches, I guess. Those can go in the tactical slot. Yeah. Let's see. Pouch. Go in the pouches. And these are just aesthetics. Oh, have a good one, Potato. You have a good day at work, as I assume you're off to work. And I'll catch you on time. Thank you for the lurk. I played Oddworld since the first, but it was fun. I had never played Oddworld. I don't even really know what Oddworld is, to be honest. Like I've heard of it a bunch. It's like Undertale. I didn't know what Undertale was for the longest time, and I still barely know what it is. But I kind of know what it looks like. You know, a part of it is that I had a couple year stint when I was with my ex of like 8 2018 through 2020, where all we played was Fortnite together, and that's all like the only video games anything I really knew about. So there were like all like the like really good impactful games that came out in that time span I just completely missed. Just 100% right over my head. Side scroller where you are a slave used in creating the food of the higher ups and doing all their labor. You have to rescue others like you and puzzle solve a bunch. Oh, that seems actually pretty sweet. I can get behind that. Listen, if you're gonna be late for work, you can't blame me. This streamer, man, he made me explain what Oddworld was. That's why I'm late. Some crude humor too. There's a whole button for farting. Oh, okay. Interesting. You're trying to escape, and you have to help the others escape. Okay. A distraction alert enemies certain areas. Oh, alright, that makes sense. Like the classic throwing rock. Yeah. I've actually done that in D&D. I've thrown ball bearings to do exactly that. I made the whole party invisible because I was playing my wizard at the time. I was throwing ball bearings across the keep. If you have all 100 escape, you get special ending, and the others are blind. Like the other people you're saving are blind. Yeah, they're slaves. So are you blind? Or are you the one person with sight, and that's why you're the one doing the escaping? The ones you're saving are blind. Okay, I forget the others are blind. You have to guide them through puzzles and traps. I see. Is there, like, a reason why they're all blind? And saw blades. And saw blades. And doggos. Because I just have a bunch of doggos here. Blind slaves can't fight back as well and used to create the drink. Blind slaves can't fight back as well against the power. Yeah, they can't work as well either. Like, suddenly they're precluded from a whole bunch of types of labor. They can still mine if they're blind? No, you can't. You can dig, you can't mine. Mine involves following veins of metals in the rock that are visually distinct, and only really visually distinct. So yeah, you can dig a hole. You can't mine though. They still mine. Yeah, I'm just explaining like logically, like in reality, that's not how it works. That's why no civilization ever blinded their labor slaves. But it's an interesting idea to allow for the game mechanics, because that definitely seems like a choice made for game mechanics. I suppose you could mine, but be very inefficient because you are just digging a hole and then hoping something you dug happened to be valuable. But it's very inefficient. It's the equivalent of like Minecraft, but you mined like just everything in a section just straight down and nothing else because you couldn't see if you were actually mining anything good. Also, then the slaves can't be the ones to organize the things they dug up. You have to have someone else like go through all the crap they just dug up and filter out the good stuff. Then boom, lava, it's all over. Yeah, right, exactly. Which is already super hot in a mine, so like they're not gonna know because of the heat. They're gonna know from the screams. You know what I mean? Well, actually, lava's so hot. Here's the thing about lava. Realistic lava, right? You don't land in it and melt and sink into it. You are mostly annihilated before you even hit the lava. It's so hot. Uh, the Also, even if you hit the lava, you would bounce because that liquid has the density of stone. There's no sinking into it. Gollum didn't sink into the lava. He just kind of like went splat and then lit on fire and then ceased to exist. Like, I'm not even sure exactly what would kill you first. The sun boiling and rapid explosive evaporation of your internal moistures, or impact with the stone hard liquid. Alright, now I got 2 spurs of Reavers. Woo. Can't believe Anakin sank in the lava. I thought I'd turn it on a stone with his incessant crying. Actually, that scene kind of shows it fairly well. He barely touched the lava and he was lighting on fire. That's kind of how that goes. Here's the better question. There's a bridge in Elden Ring that you lift out of lava, and then it can just immediately walk over it. And it's like, wait, what? That thing should be white hot. It's been sitting in lava for who knows how long. I mean, sure, in theory, you could make it out of some material that doesn't melt, but it'd be absurdly hot. And we're not talking about like just lava. Like, this is in the heart of a volcano. But hey, that's also the game where you can mostly negate lava damage by just jumping backwards in the lava. It's kind of weird. Oh yeah, Venom, so you're back, so we can go back. We can talk more about the Space Marine tier list to Red's dismay, because it's all loyalists and not at all heretical. Uh, Auspex Tactics came out with his Space Marine tier list, and it was pretty fascinating. And yeah, my poor gunship is in tier 4 because flyer. I mean, I had already decided I wasn't gonna run it, but you know, it was pretty funny. I thought it was funny when he talked about the Stalker and the Hunter, which are the Space Marine anti-air tanks. Learn me up. I got 30 minutes. All right. Most vehicles are still kind of meh. At least, talking Codex Space Marines anyway, like not including Forge World. He went over a couple Forge World things. Leviathans are kind of usable. Relic Contemptors are good. Astreus is like a maybe. That's it for Forge World. Probably the best Space Marine vehicles at this moment are Gladiators. Probably the Reaper, because that's very good anti infantry power, and you can get meltas in better places, so the other one with the side multi-meltas is not as much of a thing. And I'll explain that soon. Uh, the top stuff, so lower tier 1, right? Actually, I'll pull it back up. I think I still have it in a tab. I'll just rattle off the list and then talk about some of it. Okay, so lower tier 1s. So this is tier 1, but not necessarily auto takes. Aggressors, Scouts plus Lane Speeder Storm, Incursors, Stern Guard Veteran Squad, Devastator Squad and Drop Pod, Assault Squad, which just still blows my mind, Assault Squad, Eliminators, Vanguard Vet Squad, Redemptor plus Brutalis, because both, the Redemptor chassis is just good, HQ slots, so like all the HQs, depending on what you're doing, and Apothecary. Then in the upper tier 1, these are the ones you will absolutely see in tournament lists. Somewhere. Infiltrators, Terminator Assault Squad, Radicator Squad, and Attack Bikes plus Land Speeders. Attack Bikes and Land Speeders make very cheap harassment units with pretty good guns, and because it's so cheap, it doesn't matter if you lose a bunch. Terminator Assault Squads are super tough with Storm Shield and Thunderhammer for 33 points. Can Deep Strike, have an invuln save from the Storm Shield, so they're automatically like way better now that Armor Contempt is gone. +1 to hit with 1 CP from Wrath of the First Company, or whatever it's called. And with 3 wounds, they benefit heavily from Apothecaries. Radicators. I mean, heavy melta rifles are free. You see in my list, I have 9 of them. Like, makes sense. You're talking, especially if you can get them in 12 inches or less, which is fairly easy for Raven Guard if you really try to. That's a minimum of 5 damage per hit that goes through, and you get double shooting if you target the same thing. Only in your shooting phase. It doesn't count for off-spec scan. And Infiltrators, they are troops, which is Space Marines, means they now have sticky objective secured, so their objective secured on the objective, and then the objective remains captured even if they move off it. That's a Zophiana! We have all 3 Raven Guard here. You should be scared, Red. We have 3 Raven Guard and a Night Lords in chat. Infiltrators, they give you forward deploy, so you can start on those objectives and have them captured. They can be durable if you give them the medic gauntlet. Or you can have them be a little bit better with the Infiltrator Comms Array if you're using a Phobos Captain or a Kayvon Shrek. And it's basically, unless your chapter does significantly better with another troop choice, you're going to be using Infiltrators. However, if you are using a troop choice, that's why Scouts are up there, because Scouts fit that role pretty well, but so do Incursors, so it depends on if it's because you're good with really big guns like Iron Hands, or Imperial Fists with heavy intercessors, as Zophiana has kind of done, or if it's melee, in which case Incursors or Assault. Well, Incursors give you the forward deploy, but you get more melee damage out of Assault Intercessors, especially with the free Thunderhammer on the Sergeant. Alright, back to chat. Okay. Night Lords are bestest. I was mid boss bound in Atomic Heart and came here just to say that. Well, Ravens, we render him unforgiven. Oh, you know what? I just realized. Yeah, banished. I just realized if we actually do get Tabletop Simulator up and going, we could do some crazy community stuff. But please stay in chat. Yeah, right. We could do some nonsense, ridiculous stuff. Hey Red, what would you say? You get, let's say you get 3,000 points in Night Lords versus Venom, Zophiana, and I with 1,000 points of Raven Guard each. It'd be a ridiculous game that would take like a whole day. But I mean, come on, that's hilarious and awesome. I would combine them with Chaos Knights for sure. Yeah, all right. I mean, you get 3,000 points of heretics. We'll say you can have knights. That's fine. I'll annihilate the knights. Don't worry about it. Because I say I'm third company, but really I fight like fifth company. I just bring tons of really big guns like every time. I'm fifth company, guys. I might paint him third, but don't get it twisted. I could do 3K points just wrapped it. Well, I mean, we're talking about in tabletop simulator. So yeah, you can shove anything that the rules allow in there that you can find a model for anyway. It's part of the RG stratagem of changing pauldrons, confused enemy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, you thought it was fifth company? Nah. Or you thought it was third company, I mean. Zophiano is actually third company, and Venom over here is like sixth or seventh with the reserve troops. Just ton of troops. Don't worry, Venom, we'll go easy on you. I'm just going to give you a ton of intercessors, and all you have to do is walk forward. That's your job. This will be pretty fun. Yeah, right? Love it. Hey, with Arcs of Omen, man, you can get like, was it 12 troop slots, and you can just repeat the same thing. That's why it's where Meat Shields Unite. Yeah, that's where Zophiana's like Iron Hands heavy intercessor list idea came from. That's probably like somewhere around like 45, I think, intercessors you could get into 1,000 points. Yeah, there's a lot of workshop into that, but it was a fun idea I had. If anything, red has a massive advantage because warlords are not nearly as powerful as they used to be, and relics as well. So he gets to make one army, one army that actually is like fully what would you call it? Like it's meant to be played as a single army, while the three of us are making three 1,000 point armies. So we can't fit nearly as much like powerful. Well, Arcs of Omen makes it a lot easier, but still, um, our armies weaker. Our sorry, our armies individually are quite a bit weaker. So I can deep strike a unit in charge, fight, and then spend 1 CP, put it back in strategic reserves. I'm building my army now. I don't even know if I can do this, but yeah, go for it, man. Zophiana, you got input on this because you exposed yourself earlier, so I know you're here. You might be at work though, in which case it's fine. I'm just messing with people. Any jump pack infantry that is. Ooh. We can do that with Phobos actually, with just standard Codex Space Marines, the guerrilla warfare. Just no one used it except for that one brief moment you could throw eliminators or Phobos Reaver lieutenants into strategic reserves and then immediately redeploy them in the same turn. It was basically teleportation. And then right after people realized that, including me, realized that like a week later they came out with a patch for it because they're like, no, you don't get to have that kind of fun. I'm back. Okay. Hey Zophiana, we're talking about a crazy, like probably in a stream. It'll probably be a stream because it would take all 8 hours, straight up. Uh, when I work happened just clocked out. Okay, fair enough. We're talking about. So I'm working on the idea of potentially setting up to do 40K games through Tabletop Simulator with audience members. And I made a joke when you came in that we have 3 Raven Guard players and a Night Lords player in chat. And I was like, wait a second. Hey, Red, grab 3,000 points of Heretics. And then us 3 are going to come in with 1,000 points each for just a chaos game. It's just insanity. And I feel like we should put some narrative restrictions on this of some sort. Like, yeah, use arcs and moment detachments, but like, it sounds like the best time even if I lose. I feel like we should be going for a mix of narrative and trying to legit kill each other. Like, if you want to make the content play, like, make the content play, but like, I know I'm going to be building my list to kill some heretics, you know? Technically both Night Lords and Raven Guard. I mean, 5 squads Terminators, yeah, right. It's just a swath of Raven Guard Relic Leviathans. Like it's just like 8 Relic Leviathans. You can't actually do it because of the rule of 3, but it'd be funny. Um I mean it's also the idea of 2v2, but I mean 3v1 is the thing that is not done very often at all. Hmm. 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 Yeah. So I'm a Raven Guard successor by Night Lord Gene Seed. How does that work exactly? What do you mean by that? Ah, it's almost dinner time. Yes. Dude, I'm so hungry, man. I wanna. Does Factor 75 ship like entire horses to be consumed? Because that'd be. No, my dad's making a roast, but I mean, like, dude, what even? So, like, if you have Night Lord Gene Seed, unless it's a chimeric, you know, both, then you're a loyalist Night Lord's successor. That's what you are, because it's based on Gene Seed. You are sons of the Night Haunter. But if you're loyalist, then I guess it's still 3v1, because it's got to be Imperial versus Heretics. Alright, 1 sprue of uh Reavers done. My custom chapter is time displaced and a certain atomic big boss to interest them and hid them from the Inquisition. Okay, so they're loyalist Night Lords. Alright, well, you're still loyalist. Red Wing is still 3v1. You're prepared to get wrecked. Yes. Okay. All right. So it's Raven Guard with 3v1 Raven Guard with an asterisk versus Night Lords. Yeah, I'm actually kind of pumped about this. It will take some logistics to find out when we could actually all do this, but you know, the plays Raven Guard successful role is perfect. Yeah. So I'd imagine probably best time would be on a Saturday. I'd assume. Like, I'm probably the most flexible one here in all reality because I completely make my own schedule. Like, all of my scheduling is like arbitrary. So, like, you guys have to tell me when you guys are like actually available to sync, like, probably legitimately between it being Tabletop Simulator and between it being Tabletop Simulator and 40K and a 3v1 mega match. This is going to take 8 hours. It's going to be the entire stream, like an entire day stream from like 2 to 10 p.m. Eastern. Or, I mean, we can shift that around slightly, but you get the idea. Like, it's a whole day commitment. I'm off every other weekend. Okay, that's good to know. Like, the only things that are stiff from, well, probably for this, I could cancel D&D, like some D&D games. If I have a weekend advance, no second request off for. Okay, Venom. Sounds like it's down to you, man. Can you toss a Saturday to the wind for this nonsense? I have just decided to arbitrarily make your problem. Way to nerf my Terminators even more. Yes! I gotta figure out how I'm even gonna do 1,000-point lists with any of my tactics. Also, I gotta figure out, like, the rule. I gotta figure out how to set up rules for us to do the 3v1 aspect of it. Like, is it Red Wing? Red Wing does possibly. Remember, I've never played a game, so you may want to add a few hours to that AR spam. No, don't worry, we'll be there for you. Also, I know Zophiana cleared this, but are Red and Venom, are the both of you good for going on mic before the internet? before before the ruthless masses of the internet. Don't need faces unless you really want it, but voice, you know. I have to make a list and remember how to play. I haven't played in 2 years. I don't care. Okay, good enough for Red. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, cool deal. This is on video. The what's it called? The waiver. The acting waiver. I forget what it's called. Anyway, BRB. Okay, sure. So yeah, so I gotta figure out some basic rules for this of like how this works. Like, is it Red Wing does his entire turn and three of us one by one? Probably we would the Imperials would roll off to for the turn order. And do we do like one version of rolling off and then or do we do it every turn? I'm thinking every turn is a bit more entertaining. Less we can plan around between us, which is kind of like a whole thing with multiple Space Marine detachments going on. Communication is not always a big deal, a big thing that happens between them. I can make 3 separate 1K point armors also and can alternate turns. No, do one big one, I think. Because that's where like the challenge comes in. Else it's just like one person doing like the chess match where he's going from chess table to chess table. We're trying to make this like interesting, you know? Plus, a 3K army gives you way different options in building the army. Because you can't do certain things in a detachment with 1,000 points, you know what I mean? And now with Arcs of Omen, you can really shove a lot of crap in there as long as it's under the same. Now remember, you can only get one Arcs of Omen detachment, right? For decoy knights, yeah. Yeah, seriously. Uh Oh, so if, like, for example, you could legitimately bring a SOCAR, yeah, SOCAR Solar Bird, right, in a 3K point army. Not that's advisable, but you could do it. That is like straight up outside of our possibility. The biggest we can get is a Thunderhawk, which doesn't have an HQ. So we're sharing CPU. Do we have one plus CPU? So because we're doing as like three separate 1,000 point armies, I'm going to say that the Imperials are played as if completely separate armies. We have our own CP pools. We have our own warlord traits, relics, detachments. Whole is three distinct armies versus one very large army, which gives us some benefits on our end, which we will have a lot more CP to throw around. But Red Wing can pull off way bigger like nonsense because of the massive points pool he's working with. I also have to look into like getting a map for this. Yeah, but I love it. I think it's great. I'm gonna make a okay, I'm gonna try to remember to do this tonight. I'm gonna make a special Discord channel that only people that are prepping for a game can post in, but everyone can see it. Yeah, sure. I'm probably gonna be going on my meal break pretty soon, by the way, just for reference. So I might be on meal break when you come back, but I will be streaming into the night, as I usually do. But just to continue getting all my ideas out, I'm gonna make a channel that is visible to everyone, but only people that are currently setting up for a game in TTS to chat in. And what am I saying? Yeah, yeah, we'll use that for hard organization, like deciding the day and putting in rules, putting in the lists. Yeah. Yeah, it's coming together. I like this. This is good. I think this is a good way uh what do you call it? Of like this the send off, not or the premiere the premiere TTS segment. I still have to deal with the emotional problem that I have every time where it's not my dudes, but this isn't even my like this is it feels different than with the other games I had before. I think it's the streaming aspect, to be honest. I think it changes it for the context for me. That's my problem. That's whatever. Okay, let's clean up the sprue and then organize these, and then we gotta do Ulrich the Slayer, and then I think we're actually all like organized again, and I can go forward with confidence into kit bashing more dudes, more duders. £1,000 points. What can I do with 1,000 points? Oh, okay. Here's a rule. None of us can use Cave and Shrek. None of the loyalists. So Cave and Strike's just off the table. I suppose a question I can anyway. Well, yeah, it doesn't make sense for you anyway. But like, Venom and I are first founding Raven Guards, so like we could, in theory, and I normally would, even in 1,000 points. But I'm just gonna say no because that gives a disparity between one of us and the other. So Strike's just off the table. Uh, Oh yeah, I gotta do an ad read. Because we're sponsored now, Zephiana. I think you were there the other night when I first announced this. Um, Although you could probably tell from the timer and the factor thing on the screen. But yeah, we are sponsored. This painting stream is sponsored by Factor 75. Sourcing healthy food doesn't need to be as grueling as foraging on Kachan, nor as boring as the nutrient paste of the Astartes. The chef-selected and pre-prepared meals of Factor 75 are customized to your ideal diet, individual lifestyle, and busy schedule. Keto, vegan, vegetarian, low-calorie, or the Emperor's chosen selection, the holiest of holy diets, Protein Plus, are all designed to meet that imperial gold standard of delicious and nutritious. A rotating weekly menu of 27 plus meal options and 33 plus add-ons like smoothies, keto shakes, and desserts for guilt-free enjoyment keeps your dining feeling like an imperial governor's with the flesh fuel required to loyally serve the emperor. You're loyally serving the emperor, right? Right? Uh, okay. Well, that's for the commissars. A fraction of the price of ordering in by the meal and superior nutrition to fast food, Factor 75 is here to support your quest to slay the gray by not cutting into your precious hobby time when it's time to refuel the tanks. With 2 minutes or less prep time and no mess, nothing will get the brush back in your hand faster. The flesh is weak, but Factor 75 makes it about as close as it gets to just plugging in like a true Mechanicus Magos, like right into the wall. All praise the Omnissiah. Use my link or go to go.factor75.com and use code FACTORSE25574 for 50% off your first box. I would recommend using the link in the timer or command factor. It will get you a link that just automatically applies the discount, and you can get their cheapest box for the first box being only $40 for 6 meals, which is like amazing. It's less than $10 a meal. Completely made for you and, built to order, basically. In fact, I might legitimately get some myself soon when some of these contracts start paying me. I just hope they're before the sponsorship ends and, 3 weeks from now. Oh, and that's how long you have to take advantage of the 50% off is 3 weeks. So don't hesitate. And doing so massively helps the stream. Like, surprisingly, a large amount. I don't think I'm at liberty to say the exact terms or anything, but it helps. Let me put it that way. It helps a lot. Alright, so back to rules for this game that I am now quite excited about, honestly. So, we need... Okay, so we're going to do 2 mega turns. Red Wing going, and then the 3 of us going, rolling off to see who goes in which order. How much do we want communication to be involved between the loyalists? Oh, we gotta figure out a game type for this, but I'm thinking, do we want to make it... I just want to instill more chaos into this. Completely different objectives. Are there objectives that, like, go against each other? Hey, fishes and bases! How you diddling? I am not diddling. To be clear, I just want to get that out there. But I am dealing with faces and bases today, actually. Is a bits organization stream currently. So I can go forward with maximum efficiency into the next infiltrator. So I'm actually going through right now a bunch of remnants of a commission gone weird 2 summers ago. Faces and bases, way of life, yeah. It's like we got faces. Well, there's a helmet, and then we got hold on, because my mother went through the kitchen and wanted to get rid of a bunch of Tupperware, and I was like, nah, man, Bases. I got two like decent sized Tupperwares full of bases. Not being used yet. Some go to stuff I obviously have the parts too, but I mean it's just a bunch of bases. What happened? Oh, my was just reorganizing the kitchen. It was like, oh yeah, if you have use of this Tupperware, go for it. Well, you know what it is that the lids don't suction on anymore. They just kind of like sit there. They're kind of on the old end. So I got a bunch of those, various sizes and shapes, and yeah. So currently cutting up a reverse sprue because I saved the sprues after trimming them a bit. Happy days, one person's rubbish. Yeah, right. Well, I needed to resort through all my stuff anyway. I ended up with just a bunch of sprues everywhere again, and I try not to do that because it takes up way too much space. When I'm done with this, it'll be uh, those Tupperware, and it'll be like 4 pieces of Tupperware and all of my previous bits, storage containers, and with space to spare. And all my stuff will be contained in those things. There won't be anything sitting around just like on my desk or on my various other surfaces. You made a list already, Zovia. Fair enough. Do remember, this is Tabletop Simulator, so you are not limited by what's in your collection. Oh yeah, so we're discussing a game that I just randomly had the idea for, and now I'm making it everyone else's problem. I I had I've been looking into the idea of doing TTS 40K games streamed with the community, and I think it might work with my current setup because you don't need a smooth stream to do TTS 40K. And I don't have a big commission yet. I have a small one coming in. We'll be paying some Voton next week, or we should have some Voton to pay next week, but that will take maybe 2 streams. It might be done in a single stream, honestly. It might be that quick. I'm not joking. I gotta organize these a bit. So for the first big game, because I realized we have 3 Raven Guard and 1 Night Lords player. Like, hey, Red Wings, Night Lords. What if I gave you 3,000 points of Heretics to go up against 3 armies of 1,000 points of Raven Guard? It'll be a 4-person game, 3v1. And just put like an entire stream into it. Literally just an entire stream. So he's going to torsos. Where's my backpack? Oh, right, it's one of those jump packs, duh. He's going to legs. He's going to heads. Now I have a bunch more options for these, what do you call it? Infiltrators. Okay, hold on. Well, okay, so here's what happened, right? I had this commission that involved making some extremely kit-bashed Space Wolf successors 2 summers ago, and it was based on Reavers, and it was going to expand out into a whole 5-man squad and a character for this custom chapter, and only 1 Reaver and 1 Fenrisian Wolf was used in the end. And then after a long period of limbo, I finally officially closed that contract with the original client. Why do I only have like 4 backpacks here? Did I pick up a bunch more in order to get rid of them? Oh yeah, Reavers are only 5 dudes. Right, okay. Reaver box is 5 dudes, not a full... No, it is a full squad, I thought, no? Oh, right, it wasn't a base one, it was a Hounds at Markai box. I think that is only 5 Reavers. Yeah, okay, anyway, sorry, what was I saying? Right, so I only made one, so with it formally closed, that means all of the remaining resources, which actually I had originally bought and was going to be compensated for later in other ways. I ended up with most of like a Space Wolves Primaris upgrade sprue, 4 Reavers. I thought it was 9 Reavers. I guess only 4 Reavers. That's fine. Ulrich the Slayer here, which will probably turn into a chaplain in various an altered form. I'm gonna obviously kit bash that up quite a bit whenever that happens. Um, and yeah, so now I'm instead of all these sprues hanging around everywhere, I'm reintegrating them, or not reintegrating, but integrating them into my bits storage after doing some reorganization earlier. So that's kind of the story with that. This is what happens basically when stuff is either left over that I paid for or non-payment, which ended up, just kind of being both in this case. I mean, yeah, he paid for the stuff he got, but it didn't continue going forward, so whatever. Now it is mine to do as I wish. What do you tend to do with sprue frames? I clip them into linear pieces, and then I use them later for, usually building terrain on bases. But I also have an idea for some of these tribal infiltrators of taking some and whittling it, probably my rotary tool to make it quick, into like sticks, like literally just sticks. So I may be sending my Demon Celestine to you. I'm not the best painter. Yeah, just tell me what you want with it, and I'll give you a quote. Into sticks, and then impaling skulls and helmets on them. I wish I had some Chaos helmets. That's why I haven't done Space Marine helmets more often. But I might maybe just mess with a couple helmets and make them look chaosy. Paint them in chaos colors. Anyway. Oh yeah, I'm pulling arms out currently. Oh man. I really need the weather to shift already. I cannot be feeling this tired and going into a month-long spurt of working 7 days a week. I ain't joking. I'm about to I was talking about this earlier, but for Face's reference, web dev work is popping off pretty hard. So I'm looking at gonna be working 7 days a week, like 80 to 100 hours a week again for a little while. As I have I guess if you include the one I just got the green light on, but my dad has to go into some meetings first to hammer some details as we're going into it together. I have 3 simultaneous web dev contracts currently running, which is just madness. 2 of them I should wrap up next week. So these are just guns, so I have a slot for just weapons. Or just guns, and I have another one for just melee weapons. These are all left arms, I want to say. Yeah, that's left arm. So yeah, it's ton of work. You mentioned looking at full stack at some point, but sounds like you're have more work than waking hours. Yeah, the big government contract I mentioned that is full stack. It's PHP with what's it called? Laravel. That's full stack. That's the one I'm going in with my dad. That finally got the green light. I've been waiting on that since that announcement I made when I came back from being sick. That's that job where they ran into several complications there. My entire army is either forward deploying or in reserves. Yeah, whatever you want to do with it, man. I'm still figuring out how we're handling communication between us. To be honest, I gotta figure that out. But yeah, no, I mean, go for it. As long as it still fits within standard rules for a single army, like a normal game. Um, so yeah, it's a bunch of money. It's a bunch of work. It's more complex and heavy work than I've probably ever done for web dev. Because I'm mostly a designer that mostly works out of WordPress. Like doing like small business e-commerce is my bread and butter. Before the pandemic, I did tons of them, but that's not really so much of a thing anymore. However, I do still have a couple WordPress contracts I'm like wrapping up right now because I got a new one over the last weekend. It's pretty small, but they want to aggressively expand, so that's running apace. And I have an expansion on like an old one I did a while back. Most of this is tactical. Is any of this not tactical? Yeah, there's a couple of purity seals. These are aesthetic. I have like tactical add-on bits, and then I have aesthetic add-on bits in like separate, in like different slots. So yeah, like general development on the stream stuff is gonna be like screeching to a halt for like a while, except for this TTS thing because this could be like pretty good. But I don't think there's really much left for me to do on it except just actually try to stream it. So that's pretty good. I may have to commission your time at some point to help get a portfolio website at some point. Might sell pre-printed work through it. Several months away though. Yeah, in several months I should be good. This big government job's set to be about a month and a half, and starting in like 2 weeks, most likely. Like me actually typing stuff should be in like 2 weeks. So should be done by the time like May, like halfway through May comes around. It'd be good. But portfolio website, that's easy. That's nothing. Um uh yeah, if it's might sell pre-painted work, take a look at my website. It's super basic and bare bones, uh to be honest, but it has a lot of like basic functions in it. Um Command commissions or just basically tabletop.com. That might give you some basic ideas. Just because, like I said, it has all the basics. I need to figure out what I'm doing with these, like, completely done vehicle parts. I don't know if I want to put them in with the other vehicle bits. I guess I should for now. I mean, I do have several empty containers, however, I could put in. This is a smaller one. But yeah, we'll do this. I'm going to put this in a smaller container. Maybe that'll be for, like, all completely painted and done magnetized bits. That'd be good. Have those entirely centralized. I don't have a lot of. I have a few others actually. I could probably toss in there. Like I got this scythe over here that I need to redo at some point. I don't like its paint job anymore. Thank you so much. Plus any noob advice we'll received, and we'll have a look. Thank you. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, dude, I am a capitalist. You put enough money in front of me, I will begin doing stuff. Just me. It ain't a favor. It ain't a job. It's a thank you. You are paying me to do just stuff. Oh yeah, I'm not even done yet. Actually, I might do this after I go. Like food should be done by now, I'd imagine. And I gotta go to the bathroom, but gotta pay your artists. Well, gotta pay your web developers too. Um, Artists and web developers both, really. I mean, half the time they're one and the same. Actually, ironically, my dad got into full stack because he's not an artist, like at all. He doesn't understand at all art at all. So he went full programming route, but I picked up just enough of it that I ended up a designer. I was doing UI and UX designing for some pretty large stuff right before the pandemic, like killed everything. Create art via code. Yeah, that's true. Because I actually like the one coding language I know very well is CSS. So ironically, you're correct on that. Um, Also, if you're hungry for 2 weeks from now, depending on the shipping speeds, check out that link to check out our sponsor, Factor 75. And with that, I'm gonna go find what's up with food because I am starving. I am tired. I need protein. I need to use the bathroom, and then we'll get back to like doing fun stuff when I get back. Yeah. Feel free to check back in like a half hour or so, and we should be good. Laters. Alright. I am the Brock. And I am changing the music. Yes. Okay. Alright. I've returned, and we have one last thing to do in the organization stuff, and then we can get back to actually making minis. With all this stuff actually organized and making sense. And my sweater hair situation is another nightmare. So that's that. So I put on a second sweater, as it is fairly cold in here right now. Alright. Anyway. Anyway. Alright. I'll work the Slayer. And this will go in with the bases. Hey, faces. Yes. It was a roast. I enjoyed. Roast and salad and some pretty mediocre microwaved veggies, because, that's a thing for some reason. Anyway, salad was good. Roast was very good. Very good fat. Now, the fatty bits are always the best. Yeah. So we are working on the very last sprue I have haunting me right now, effectively. To my knowledge, when this is done, I shall have no more sprues in my possession, which is much better for space efficiency. Oh, that's the hand with the skull. I was like, what am I looking at? Is that like a pipe for like the backpack, or no? It's the hand hole in the skull. I don't even know how this goes for tack clipping or well, two bits. One for warmth, and the other because I kept forgetting, even though I have cream, I've kept forgetting to put cream on before the stream, so my hands are actually a split in like bloody mess, and I was like, when I'm painting, you can't really see the rest of my hand very often, but like with this clipping, you're just gonna be looking at the back of my hands, which look like I don't know, like classic video game lava fields. Like it's just bad. because it's just so like cold and dry right now. That almost went in my backup water. My bestie suffers a bad eczema, which really hampers his hobby. Yeah, mine is mostly only in the winter. One of the reasons I want to get out of here, in all honesty. Uh, but we are here for now, and I kept forgetting to put in a cream. I kept getting stuck and doing other things before the stream, so now we are here. Now we are here, so I wear gloves. Oop, I am dropping sprue. That just straight up disappeared, so I'm not gonna worry about that, because it's sprue. Honestly, like, I've not been there to, like, check it out for myself yet, but I've always wanted to go and check out, like, Austin, Texas, for example. There since I was 13, and more recently, just, like, the American Southwest in general has been seeming kind of good. For some reason, not New Mexico. I don't know why. Something about New Mexico. Like, Arizona, Texas, probably not California, because California's just got a lot of just no. California's a lot of no. And that has been confirmed by several friends I have that I talk to rather regularly that live in California, and they agree. Like, it just, no. Unless you make ludicrous amounts of money and don't have a lot of the particular ideals of me. Blood type Tabasco. Yo, let's go. I am, not gonna lie, a big spicy food fan. I actually had a thing for a little while. I'm not saving that. It's a stupid little piece. In my early 20s, a few years ago. I'm in my late 20s. In my early 20s, I actually had a thing. I love hot wings. So I had a thing that when my ex and I would go anywhere, like when we go traveling around New England and stuff, I would try wings from as many different places as I could. And currently have, like, I remember during that stretch, I had sampled wings from like 70 something unique, like completely unique locations. So that was very fun. You know what's the worst? The place I thought was the best out of all of that, I can't for the life of me remember its name or its exact location to look it up. I just remember it was this like tavern in like the woods, in like Western Rhode Island. Because they had these like they were called atomic wings. I remember that. And they were the most amount of spice while having strong flavor I've ever found in wings. Because I mean, like, there's a place up in Boston. I don't know how I'm gonna store these. I guess these could just go to legs, and these is torso. Sure. Backpack. This is actually a really cool backpack. Yo, I could make this as a Raven Guardy backpack, I think. Um, there's a place up in Boston, Tri-State Wings. They make some brutally spicy wings. However, they're so spicy that the flavor's gone. You can't even eat them. They call them the suicide wings. And it's like, yeah, no kidding. I just just lethal. I couldn't even eat one. You should do the same and have the oh, Grammarly's getting in the way. Same curry type from each Indian restaurant, but always forgot the good ones. Just sting and no taste. Oh, it isn't sting. It is. I am driving a heated tactical knife like down your throat. You have no taste because there's no taste left to be had. Your tongue has shriveled and then slightly melted. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that is all my clipping, and that has resulted in. Oh, that was the wrong thing to do. I meant to pull the whole phone out, and only the wire came out. Cause I'm smart. Give me a second. Oh, and all of Windows Explorer is having fun. Whoa. Come on, do one. Give me the camera back. Give me a second. Thought that was an ad. No, that was me being dumb and not paying attention to what I was doing. I wanted to show exactly what I'm working with here for storage stuff. Yeah, Sophia. Well, what pain, Sophiana? I mean, no pain right now. All right, now I go back to OBS. Okay, we're back. Okay, now let me pull the entire camera out of the cradle instead of just the wire. All right. So there's my like regular bits and chain. It's like weird. Well, no, I'm not using brush yet either, Zephion. Jeez. There's another one of these below this with a assortment of just random weird nonsense. And then that's my like newer storage. So we got bases, sprues. We got another thing of sprues in the back there. This is vehicle parts. This one's gonna be finished magnetized bits, and then the rest of the yellow containers in the back here, which go all the way to the back, 5 of them, have various sets of like full miniature sets in them to be gone through and built. For example, this one here is the infiltrators will be continuing as of now. But we also have one with like outriders and a chaplain. We got inceptors, assault intercessors, and two copies of all the characters from the Indomitus box in this one. And yeah, that's what we accomplished today. Was reordering all of that in a way that made sense, and now I actually have more storage space for more categories of stuff as I go forward, even especially as I wrap up some of these units. And just yeah, so cool. Ugh. Now I don't have boxes and sprues hanging around. It's just these like 2 sets of bins on either side of me. Way better. So infiltrators. We are making yet another infiltrator. Yeah, another. We got 6 to go. So buckle in, boys. And maybe one girl. Not likely, but maybe. Maybe I can hope. However, we just clipped a bunch of reaver pieces, so why is there a random tiny basin here? How did that even happen? Anyway, we just got a bunch of reaver bits and exposed some scenic bases, so we might do something crazy. Because I kind of had this idea for one of these guys, like shooting down from like leaning up on a rock or kneeling on a rock. I don't know if I have full-on kneeling feet, but maybe. Didn't I have... Don't I have the Reaver instruction manual somewhere? Is that in there or is that over there? Yeah, no, I'm just gonna... hold on. Because Reavers and Infiltrators are the same biotype. Figure out comms for Lolo's side. No, like I just went on dinner and then just did that. And I'm I yeah, I don't know how to handle that, to be honest. Do we just oh hey. Oh no, that's a firstborn. I was like, that's a kneeling leg. That's a properly kneeling leg. I'm like, oh wait, that's firstborn. Okay, so we'll like be able to talk to each other. Or oh, you know what we could do? No, that doesn't make sense. That messes with stuff too much. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Okay, I guess I'm looking for a D. How does this like that? I guess it's only 1/3 of the unit. 1/3 of the army is one unit from here. Jeez, wow. Right, it's officially Thursday now, so I'm gonna bail. Great chat. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, faces. Have a great night. Rest well, and hope to see you soon. Another time. Tool Pippo Bean. Wasn't exactly an English accent, because I'm terrible at accents, but it sounded good, I think. What is number 4? Or not 4, D. Now my mind's mixing up the letters and numbers. At least it did mix them up correctly. Hey, Bugatti. Geez, Winter Storm. Yeah, I hear ya. We got slammed pretty good here, too. So, what does this posture look like? Stung weekend, all weekend and this week? Yeah. No, same here. We got a good number of inches. I mean, it's not, like, brutally deep here. I need to look for the, I need to go find the manual. 1 second. Can you believe I found more spurs? How do I have more spurs of stuff? And it's Mechanicus. I thought oh, wait. Did I, when I did the servitors, did I get third-party bits and then accidentally get a normal box, too? Well, no, some of this is used. But this doesn't even look like the same plastic as the other ones. I must have doubled up accidentally. Yeah, and I got a bunch of Mechanicus, which, I mean, great. I can make some stuff look a lot more, like, cyberpunky. The pouches are pretty cool, actually. The pouches are cool bits. In California, but we're not as prepared for snowstorms in California City. Had to shut down areas. Oh, wow. Yeah, I got a friend that we share weather updates a lot. Because she lives out, like, next to Death Valley, and I'm in New England, so very different weather patterns. And, she was like, yeah, we got snow too, hey! It's like a damn apocalypse. It's just some snow, guys. Come on. Nah, say native Rhode Islander, the snow has to get pretty bad before I'm like, oh, it's snow. So I guess I'm back to clipping, because I am not done. But some of this is kind of cool. Pouches, particularly. Yeah, I'm gonna put some of those pouches aside. No snow here, just cold. That's the sucky version, I think. Although I work from home, so I don't have to deal with the snow unless I want to. I'll be dealing with it a little bit tomorrow because I gotta make a grocery run. And you know what? I keep thinking, am I gonna? Oh wait, I have to check some stuff. I might not be going for a grocery run tomorrow. I just realized. Oh, because that freaking investment publication tried to steal money from me. Blast. Okay, so story time. I got a story. A little bit before the pandemic, and certainly during the pandemic, I was very active in the stock market and actually did fairly well. And crypto, I did much better in crypto. But anyway, during that time, I got quite a few paid publications to try to get some winning edges on the market and everything, which makes sense. Knowledge is power. However, after that, after stuff slowed down again and everything, I purged them all. I canceled all of them. And then this year, one of them decided to try to just slip out another $200 for the year out from under me, as if I wouldn't notice. Maybe I'll build and paint the Heretic Sisters. Yeah, that sounds fun. So while it didn't put me in the red, got me pretty close, and now I gotta wait for either that or for a payment from yesterday or this morning. Yes, this morning? This morning to go through from one of my clients, and both of which take days to occur. I mean, hopefully the refund will hit there quick, but if not, I actually might not be going grocery shopping tomorrow after all because I literally can't afford it. I can, but I can't. The money doesn't exist. Ah, build and paint the Heretic Sisters and stream it. Stream it, man. If you, oh yeah, that's right. You used to stream way back in the day. Stream it. Make content. So, Fiona, would you like to become my rival? I feel like I need a rival. I need someone to compete against. I thought to do versus Shadow Spartan because we knew each other from way back on Raven Guard discords, but I can't ever seem to get over to chatting with him. I streamed Blood Bowl. Come over to the crafting side. I say as I'm about to go into the gameplay side. Yo, how okay, let me know if this makes aesthetic sense. What if I made dudes that were really tribal and more like cyberpunky at the same time? Like they are cyberpunky space marines with heavy tribal horror elements. Is this too much? I am no competition to you. My good paying is your tier two. Oh no, we wouldn't compete painting wise. I mean like viewership, like Twitch stats wise. Like we go for the entertainment biz competition. Yeah, I already know I'm one of the better painters in the Warhammer category. That's known. Like how many? Hold on, let me look at your stats. But you got 57 followers. Only viewers from BB. Well, what I'd think, unless you caught up massively suddenly, is like we'd probably try to make goals for growth. Before my guys just came up, fair enough. Uh, so like I'm at 159, you're at 57, and my goals would be slightly larger than yours to make up for like the scale of my reach. Just not considerable still, but you know, you get the idea. And I also stream way more often. So be like, can I hit 250 before you hit 100? Something to propel us. Motivation through competition. So I did Kip bashing on Russ. I saw the thumbnail. I didn't watch the video. Should I watch the video? Is it good? Last event I was going to try to stream and build my Umbral Phoenixes, but Gut says no. Oof. These pouches are actually very cool. These are pouches, right? Yeah, they're pouches. I suppose I'm glad I found these just for the pouches. I think so. It's awesome. Alright, I'll have to look into it. Awesome work has been working me like a dog. I hear that. Because I'm one of two reliable workers there. Dude, I hate that. I was one of those too. When I worked retail, man, were they quick to use that to their advantage. Yo, seriously, I'm gonna put these pouches to the side. These are very, very cool pouches. I kind of want to do stuff with these swords, but I don't know how to fit them into the greater scheme here. Or a lot of this tech stuff. Like, somehow I want to make stuff more techy but more primal at the same time. Roar! How do I do this? I guess that's basically what the Mechanicus look like anyway, so I suppose I should just do it. Just start plastering stuff on there because who cares? You're one of our most reliable employees. Dude, I just started last week. Yeah, right? Yo, that actually kind of sounds like when I worked at that alarm company when I did my electrician's job. But to be fair, also like the guy that owned the company knew me like previous to that, so I mean there was a little bit of bias there. Been in limbo for 6 7 months now since the last long-term manager quit. It's been 7 months and you guys haven't replaced a manager? Jeez, what is going on? Like, work teams live and die by their managers. I mean, come on. Sucks, but it's true. We have replaced several. Oh, and they won't stick around? Oof. Is there a problem with the job? We just can't keep one. Okay, so is it bad hiring or bad job? Oh yeah, this is at a restaurant, right? If I remember correctly, this is a food place. Speaking of food, this pink stream is sponsored by Factor 75. Use the link. Go buy a box. Do it. I'll do a full out well, actually, I missed the 7 o'clock one. Anyway. Sounds like you should just step into that manager position. Yeah, there we go. Do it. I don't know where that short sword went. That short sword went flying. Or a dagger, I suppose. These are more like daggers. I'd be like the movie Waiting. Dude, I got so many of these Mechanicus swords now, and they're like whatever these rod things are. I am gonna use the antennas though. The antennas make sense on the infiltrators. Oh yeah, actually that makes sense. Oh, it's coming to me now. So like there's only the infiltrator comms array equipment for like one more dude, but like in theory I'm gonna be running these guys usually as two squads of five. I'm gonna make a guy so covered in telecoms equipment. You'd think he was the avatar of I don't know, what's a telecom company? I initially want to say Warner Bros. That doesn't make as much sense. Anyway, yeah, use that link. Use that link. Go buy some food with 50% off. It's super affordable and helps the stream a lot. There you go. There's your ad read. Do it because I told you to. First one, kicked out from the store for stealing. Oh man. Second one is too far for them to keep traveling. And our current one is called shoplifting. If I step in, I will be fired because I do not talk BS. I am too honest for management. Yeah, one of the biggest reasons probably why I must remain self-employed by any means necessary. I am too honest for a job. I do not play politics. Yeah, no kidding. Well, you fit in well here in that regard. I talk stuff. I shout out as I see it. No compunction. I don't know if that was the right word for that, but I'm gonna go with it. I just suddenly forgot what compunction means. Wonder what I could use these heads for anyway. I mean, hmm. Yeah. It's quite a few long pieces. Good idea. Oh yeah, so what are your ideas for this demon Celestine? Well, like what you got? So we got Celestine, right? Are you also sending the Gemini? So the character series from Eight Horse Heresy. I mean, yeah, I know that they have a bunch of characters that are all like kind of styled more or less the same way. Yeah, carry on. The Sisters of Silence character. I mean, I know who she is in the lore. I don't remember a model. Let me pull it up. Let's see, Forge World. Hmm. Genesia Kroll. Oh, yes. That is a very cool sculpt. That's baller. Yeah, alright. I'm looking at the sculpt. Dude, this sculpt is epic, man. This is better than a lot of the Space Marines one. It's her for the base model. Baller. Give her some spiky chaos iconography. Fire. And the wings from the Parasite of Moritex. Alright, let me go look that guy up. Is that also Forge World, do you know? Or is that Games Workshop? No, it's plastic. Okay, it's the Games Workshop. Or I'll just Google it. Parasite of more tracks. Oh, it's Tyranid model. Let me get a better look at this. Yo, these wings look awesome. These would make such good demon wings, alright. Are you including the little tentacle things coming from? Like the entire wing structure with the two things on them? The hook blades at the end? It would kind of like be an interesting stand-in for the streaming purity seals Celestine normally has, actually. Yeah, I see it. That's honestly a really cool idea. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, that's an awesome kit bash. I'd be down for that. Are you doing the kit bashing, or am I in this theoretical scenario? I mean, it's inedible. Come on. Dude, I don't know how my ex did it. I have like half of a gummy bear, and I'm like zoned out, playing Fortnite while eating, what was it, the marshmallow fruity pebbles out of the box for like 2 solid hours. No, longer than that, actually. How long was I like that time? It was like 3 hours. I was just completely like just nah. I'm not here. There's no one home. I love kit bashing myself, but I want to make sure it's perfectly so perfect and go with secondhand kits. Yeah, if you want a kit bash and then I just paint it, that's cool, man. I just wanted to clarify so when the time to make a quote happens, I can give you the appropriate number. I'm not sure, to be honest. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, like all my commissions, just you tell me what you want me to do, and then I'll tell you how much it'll cost you. I assume this is going to be at least tier 3, right? Or tier 4? At least tier 3, yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a build that cool, yeah. It's gotta look good. Alright, jeez, that is one sprue. I still have another sprue to go. I thought I'd be done with clipping by now. This really is turned into like an entire stream of clipping. I've been clipping for well, you figure like what 20 minutes of me paying the tactical marine and a CFC for potatoes. So like I've been clipping for over 5 hours. I have like filled this longer Tupperware with sprue like basically immediately. Probably just gonna have to start ditching sprue after this because there's no way I'm gonna use this much like ever. Unless I make like a full on like bamboo forest type of deal for like a diorama or something. I don't know. I'm gonna have just enough room for the second sprue. That's basically it. Look at these little like gladius, power gladius things. How can I use these? Can I turn these into bayonets? Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe. That gets me excited. I know they're not tribal. That's the thing. How do I make them tribally? Hmm. I want to do all the things. The guns look cool too, but Space Marines don't use auto guns, so. Oh, now I have a bunch of magazines from what I was trying to do the other day. Although I think these are too small to come off as bolts, like bolt carbine magazines. This little thing keeps getting caught. For the Gemini, I think I'm either taking the bat wings from the Flying Witch Elves or the bat wings from the Scourge Kid from the Dark Eldar and place the wings on some secondhand Gemini. Okay, sounds pretty good. My Zephyrim are getting gargoyle wings. Nice. This song is like the newer pop hip hop like version of Paint It Black by Rolling Stones. Yeah, I want to simultaneously somehow be like super tribal horror while also grabbing like a bunch of this cyberpunky stuff. Yeah, this servo skull thing is getting involved with the comms guy. That's just gonna happen. Whoever ends up with the comms radar is getting the skull involved. Biggest issue is the chaos finding the normal sisters. Uh, do Chaos Space Marine bits work occasionally? Because, I mean, it would make them bigger, but at the same time, stuff that goes to Chaos usually does get a bit bigger. Like, just get some, like, generic Space Marine bits, and especially, like, older ones, before they got their resize. Because the older ones would be smaller. Yeah, find a lot of Chaos Malta, yeah. They have I don't remember what they're called, but, like, their version of the Devastator Squad might have, I don't know if they carry Melta. Would think they have multi-Melta, maybe not. Yeah, I just zoned out like real hard. What? Yeah, I guess Imperial comms are just gonna be free and open, by the way, because I can't figure out any kind of way of like restricting it that doesn't just also restricts entertainment value. I guess just don't try to be a hard three-person strategizing. Like, play your thing, and that's the majority of it. Basic communications. Oh, you know what might be interesting? When we pick secondaries, we should all have to pick the separate secondaries. So we're all kind of at odds with each other in a way. We're all trying to like establish different objectives. I think that's how that would work out. Well, I break down the sprue because I use it for stuff later, usually in terrain building. Actually, I got some ideas for probably the next infiltrator I make in a second. I was watching the streamer with the punk rock sister battle the other day. He was looking for ideas for a pink/purple colored sister order for kill team. Want to have Twilight or Night in their names, so I almost suggested the Order of the Last Nightwish. Dude, that'd be pretty epic, actually. It's a pretty good name for it. Sup, Red Devil? How you doing? So yeah, I mean, this is probably the last of the sprue I'm actually gonna save for a long time. This is the last of the sprue I currently own, but after this, I'm probably gonna ditch it for a while. Because I have now 2 containers filled with this stuff. But like, what I use them a lot is when I make larger rocks from scratch with green stuff. I use sprues as spine for it to wrap around. And then I have an idea to take some of these and whittle them down. Probably going to use my rotary tool and make them into sticks, literal sticks, like wooden sticks to attach like skulls and helmets and crap onto and stuff like that. Yep. We are doing a bits organization day, if you can tell. I used to make barbed wire barriers with them. Oh wow, out of sprue? Fascinating. I didn't get some just actual barbed wire. I was making. This is gonna sound weird. For actually, that same commission I mentioned a few times in this stream. I made some. Well, no, I was chopping up fake plants for foliage. Because I happened to be at like a Home Goods and then a Target when I was buying some other stuff at about the same time. So I'm like, I'm just gonna get some fake plants and chop them up. And I realized some of their stems cut like this fern. This fern, I cut the leaves off of some and the stems would turn into like look just like razor wire. I'm like, oh holy crap! You want Order of the Twilight Violet offshoot Bloody Rose? Yeah, Order Last Nightwish I think would have been cooler. Yeah, I'll take 3 sticks and prop them in a triangle, stand upright, and I'll take wire and make the barbed wire to another set of sticks standing upright. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's fair. But you can get like actual like miniature barbed wire stuff. I don't remember where, but I've seen it around. I should get some. But how are you doing, Devil? How are things in Red Hell? Alright. That's broken down enough. Pack them up. I might grab some of these Mechanicus bits to set aside for the infiltrators. Then we're gonna get back to actually crafting something. This was in the early 90s, dude. There was like no terrain options back. How to make everything so. That's fair. They also make good piping for Ergen. Remember? Oh, cool. These details. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Spurs are done. And which of these do I actually want to keep using? I kind of. How would these look as like bayonets on the carbines? I'll just grab like the sergeant here. Kind of big for a carbine. I did have the idea before I started these guys of ordering like chainsaw bayonets that fit right on these to add into how these are kind of like the infiltrators that like focus on the ambush side of it, so they go loud when they emerge. But it would have taken too long for them to get here, and I didn't have extra cash at that exact moment, so not. However, some of this might still be quite good. Yeah, I got the pouches set aside for now. Antennas are good. And put those aside. So that's Silver Skull. Silver Skull, very good. See, like, I like these weapon types. Just, I don't know how to utilize them while sticking in the aesthetic we're going for of tribal horror. Tribal horror plus super cyberpunky, I guess, somehow. Any more antennas? Could I? Yes, it's coming together. Pull these hands together. Whichever of these hands like actually goes together. One of these, something like this. Gotta figure out which one goes where. Put the hand together. Chop it off and replace a Space Marine hand with it, like a pointing hand or something. Yeah, that'd be cool. This piece is very funky. I should zoom in this a lot more while I'm doing this. You guys can't see anything I'm talking about. Alright. This piece is funky. I bet I could turn this into some type of servo something. That'd be fun. Yeah, I'm grab a bunch of these hand bits and put them aside and see if I can't build. I mean, I'm sure I got instruction manuals somewhere that could help, but whatever. Does that make sense for infiltrators? I don't think so. Something later. Alright. And I guess the cloak pieces are good to have too. Easier to me making them anyway. Okay, I guess that's good for now. We'll pop the rest of these in storage. I have not looked at Discord yet. I will look at it in a second. I see that there is a ping. I was just pondering. I was pondering the orb. Came out pretty funny. Hmm. That's pretty funny. Okay. So, man, I'm like getting real tired. Jeez. Wish I had ice cream. Blast. Not even sure if I can buy some tomorrow. So annoyed. Anyway. Okay, so we got some extra bits. These pouches are good. We got the instruction manuals for the hounds, so the reaver bits we just went through. Just see what other stances they have available. Didn't the Templars kill their new Space Marines? Like the Primaris? I don't remember. I know some of them had problems, but I don't remember which was it. Oh, there's a pair of running legs in here. Was that D? Oh, that's why I couldn't figure out the pose of it. Oh, nice. The body parts I took out are actually like a running pose. Yo, sweet. Let's see if we can't get a running, shooting. That's wild. Okay, let's do some stuff. I'm sure Templars thought its heresy to the Emperor's perfect art created the perfect warrior. Yeah, right, about that. Yeah, this guy's starting to come together. I'm starting to figure this out. It's coming together in my head. I think I know what I want him to look like. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that was always the idea of the Templars, effectively. Well, actually, no, not always, but like since they really established the backstory, because Templar's been around since like the beginning, if I remember correctly. I think it's funny that the Crimson Fists were around before the Imperial Fists were, like chronologically in our time. Oh wait, I just realized. Yeah, I can still go get food tomorrow. I'll just borrow my parents' credit card and pay them back later. Yeah, so like yeah, so when Warhammer was first like being written up back in the Rogue Trader days, which is was effectively Warhammer First Edition, just wasn't called that yet till Second Edition. Uh, they didn't like the Horus Heresy and like all of 30K wasn't really like it was nebulous backstory that was like referenced. It was never it took them decades before they expanded out on that. And the initial batch of like Space Marines, which actually originally there were female Space Marines, just didn't sell, so they stopped making them. In the second edition, which second edition is kind of when Warhammer became more or less the Warhammer we know it today. It was a weird beast back in the Rogue Trader. It was bizarre. Uh, I wasn't there for that, but I've read up on it. And like, man, there was a there were half Eldar, right? Like fantasy half elves. Because like where 40K came from originally, ironically, was that so Games Workshop made Warhammer, right? If Rogo Dorn returns to the Black Templars, listen to him. Uh Probably. I think maybe it's hard to tell, honestly. You'd think they would, but they might just say, "Screw you, we're gonna keep fighting." But I mean, I don't know if Dorn would tell them to do anything different at this point. Uh, where was I? Oh, so Game Workshop makes Warhammer. That becomes Warhammer Fantasy. 40K was meant to, like, originally just be a sci-fi version of Warhammer Fantasy. That's why we have like space dwarves and space elves, basically. And so yeah, we had like oh, I didn't even cut that off. I'm getting ahead of myself. So yeah, you had like half Eldar, which is definitely not a thing now ever. and a whole bunch of other wacky nonsense. Terminators looked weird. Space Marines, the worst proportions. They were all beakies. That's why orcs refer to them as beakies. Because back in Rogue Trader, there was only Mark 6. What happens to the Eldar? They're gone now? They're not gone? What are you talking about? How do you figure the Eldar are gone? Okay, it's gonna be super hard to... Not super hard, but kind of annoying to paint in between there. I might have to find some quote-unquote excuses to not paint between the legs. Oh, that was not enough glue. Did not care for that quantity of glue or drying time. I don't see many updates for them. I feel like they're working on updates. I mean, they just released a like new, where are they? The Dark Avengers and the Avatar of Kane. Yeah, they just got like a new Avatar of Kane model. They're actually kind of going through a whole thing narratively where they have a whole new faction called the Inari, which lets you play all three of the other Eldar factions together. And they're trying to bring about the Eldar God of Death. I don't remember how or any of that, but like that's apparently the mission though. That's what they're trying to do. They're also instrumental in resurrecting Gilliman. Thing is, in ninth edition, they got their codexes pretty early on, if I remember correctly. Alright, so this feels like a much more dynamic pose than we had before. Now let's get him on a base, which means we need to pull this guy off this base. That was pretty easy. Sweet deal. I like it. Do we wanna... Oh. Do I wanna? I could probably get more of those base. I mean, I can get more of those base. Do I want to use a scene? Do I want to try a thing? I want to try a thing. I want to try a thing. I mean, I could make I make a custom rock because I have a pretty specific thing in mind. Do I have any of these rock bases that would kind of work? Not a lot of them are sloped, really. They're just kind of flat. I'm running out of green stuff, though. Not gonna lie. Urgh. Oh, jeez. Ugh. Okay. Well, for now, I just super glue. I can pop it off later. I had a cool idea in my head, but I'm just tired. Yeah, whatever. Just realized technically Reavers have crossed swords in their skulls and the Infiltrators have crossed bones, but I don't think anyone's gonna notice or care. Alright, we need to find... We need to find... Luckily on this guy I don't have to worry about pouches right after I got so excited about the pouches. Another like random small base. Where do these keep coming from? Oh, right. These are going to be for the explosives on their own. Right, I have to find the other one again in there. Whatever. Moving on. We need some arm options here with a dig gun. Alright, I think I gotta get off this, whatever this is, this music. Let's just stop that entirely. Oh. Mm, can I get like the thing I was listening to earlier again? Nope, I gotta search it. Okay. So I want to find a set of arms and gun that has it pointed forward, you know, very aggressively. So, Sophiana, what you got? UE people. That sounds about right. Finally found the arm that went with the strap I used on Corporal. Not that that's of any help now. Ugh. Dude, this is gonna be a nightmare to find the right combo. Just gonna be down to sheer luck. There are so many arm variants. They're like basically the same thing. Okay. I think that's all of them, or at least enough of them. I still am confused why the infiltrators came with Reaver carbines in there, but sure. I found more arms. There's more arms. Okay, so an arm for a guy running out. That's... Want to see part of the loyal forces? I will always see minis. Show me the minis. Should I have two ideas I'm sitting on now. There's a skull in here. Let's put that with the other skulls. Okay. running at with the gun, or gun up, reaching for pistol. And he's like still advancing. What's a list, not minis? Oh, you're part. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean for the game? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll see the game. Or see the. Yeah, sorry. My if my brain was breaking before, it's broken now. I got a new ad. I should do another ad read actually. Yes, we are over the time for that. This painting stream is sponsored by Factor 75. Sourcing healthy food doesn't need to be as grueling as foraging on a catch-can, nor as boring as the nutrient paste of the Astartes. The chef-selected and pre-prepared meals of Factor 75 are customized to your ideal diet, individual lifestyle, and busy schedule. Keto, vegan, vegetarian, low-calorie, or the Emperor's Chosen Selection, the holiest of holy diets, Protein Plus, are all designed to meet that imperial gold standard of delicious and nutritious. A rotating weekly menu of 27 plus meal options and 33 plus add-ons like smoothies, Q shakes, and desserts for guilt-free enjoyment keeps your dining feeling like an imperial governor's with the flesh fuel required to loyally serve the emperor. You are loyally serving the emperor, right? A fraction of the price of ordering in by the meal and superior nutrition to fast food, Factor 75 is here to support your quest to slay the gray by not cutting into your precious hobby time when it's time to refuel the tanks. With 2 minutes or less prep time and no mess, nothing will get the brush back in your hand faster. The flesh is weak, but Factor 75 makes it about as close as it gets to just plugging into the wall like a true Mechanicus Magos. All praise the Omnissiah. Use my link or go to go.factor75.com and use code FACTORSC25574 for 50% off your first box. I think that might have been one of my best ones yet. Anyway, list. In the Discord, I assume. This looks, based on the fact that I have 2 pings in there now. That or it's someone telling me to shove my stupid ad read is stupid. Uh, DMs? Okay. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's take a look. There we go. Oh. Alright. See what we got. Ravengar, 1000 points. Arcs of Omen. Custom chapter. Fearsome aspect. Hungry for battle. Compulsory type troops. We have Chapter Master. Chapter Command. Chapter Master. Jump Pack. Master of Ambush. Relic Blade. Rites of War. Shard of Isvan. Storm Shield. Master of Trifold Path. Relic. Relic. So for the, Shard of Isvan. Rites of War. And Master of Ambush. Right, okay. And 15 infiltrators, all with no gear. Oh no, Helix Gauntlet, sorry. I just didn't read it. Centurion Assault Squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Melted Guns and Hurricane Bolters. 5 Vanguard Vets, Storm Shield Thunderhammer, Relic Blade Storm Shield, and an Eliminator Squad, Las Fusils. Cool. Fair enough. So you shall be our hammer. I am imagining what I bring is probably going to be Eradicator heavy. I've really been having a penchant for Eradicators lately. And I could just bring a bunch of heavy support because it's a thing now. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, man. My answer forward deployed somehow or ambushing. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally fine staying in the back line. It's probably gonna be a big map, so we're gonna be stretched out pretty far. Mm. Man, I'm not sure if I'm gonna last the whole stream. I'm not gonna lie. I am like real tired. It's not even sleep tired, just like exhaustion. Gross. I hate it. Alright, with these arbs give a forward angle. Definitely not this one. Oh, actually, I was looking at it from the wrong angle. Not related to the chest, but related to the pelvis. That actually is a fairly good angle. Okay, so we'll set aside as the good ones. So like over here. This is also a fairly good. Most of these are probably going to be good angles, but I want to try to narrow this down a little bit before trying to find pairs. This seems more for firing from the hip, but it does technically work. Oh, oh. Zoom in more. Master Manners get the vets and CM in combat quick, infiltrators to take and hold mid objectives, eliminators to hammer tanks at range, and saves to get behind them and melt to them. You have as a jump pack chapter master, right? Why don't you do instead of master of ambush, because they're jump pack, why don't you just do the other one, the swift and deadly? I find it's more reliable. What you can do to max out the reliability is you use some CP in the beginning to, after you know who goes first, you then can pregame move, and you're moving 12 inches for all of them, and then you can, I mean, usually just that, and then this normal move is enough for jump packs, but you can then advance and charge if you wish to. That's how I did my Vanguard vet bombs. I do strike, a jump chaplain, and 10 Vanguard vets, with the chaplain carrying swift and deadly at force spend CP. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, it's, hey, if it's your strategy, go for it. I'm just throwing out ideas. Okay, really? That arm just straight up flew away. I wanted to seriously consider that one, and it just exploded into the night. I got no idea where that went. Brilliant. So, Bubba, still work on your stuff? Yeah, we should have some Voton to work on next week, but I haven't got anything else yet. I just finished, actually, I should probably change the description because we're no longer doing a bits organization. Finished the bits organization. It was like 5.5, no, nearly 6 hours. Now we're actually back to kit bashing. I'm just gonna call the stream that. I'm actually exhausted, man. I'm like dead. I just had a thought. Okay, legit guys. I am thinking I'm gonna finish out the hour. I guess it's 7 hours. This is a great stream, but I'm like dead tired, and I was gonna do groceries tomorrow, but the place I get ice cream from closes at 10. It's 8:25, and honestly, the last few days been super busy. Got a bunch of awesome work stuff going on. Got green lit for that government contract. I think it's time to celebrate. And yeah, I mean, I just my brain is like melting out my ear as I'm trying to figure out how to how to get past this. Um, Weirdly enough, I go to do that ad read and I felt totally fine when I was just reading off a script. It's so bizarre. The human brain is freaking weird. Uh, but anyway, I think I kind of want to do that. Do a little something for myself there. If the lot of you can forgive me for succumbing to my desire for ice cream. Okay, definitely not this arm. That's like downward pointing. What I should do is attach way more of these guns to to their matching arms so I can see how this lines up better. Which of these has what's the right one for this? Is it this? Doesn't quite fit right. But how you doing, Boba? Sorry, you came in like I just got hit with like completely separate train of thought. How you doing, man? Yeah, let's the get the guns and arms actually together so I can see what the angles on these actually are. Yeah, it's funny. I said earlier, like, I don't do well with scripts, and then, like, I guess I don't do well with long scripts. I can do a short script. I can do an ad read. That's fine. Basically. That is a weakness of my schedule, I'm not gonna lie, that my stream on schedule ends the same time as the store I get ice cream from closes. That's a that's a problem. Not gonna lie. It's like the only place nearby that sells Ben and Jerry's dairy-free ice cream. Which is like the only good dairy-free ice cream as far as I'm concerned. Oh, you're trying to make me story time? Okay. Uh, alright. It's probably not gonna be 40K at all. Story time. So, good lord. Sup, Al? How you doing? Howdy. Story time. Stories. Okay. Uh, you know what's funny? I said like, "Hey, time for stories," like 7 times a day because I was talking about stuff in my actual life. What's just been happening in my actual life? Well, I got some Reavers on the way. I gotta paint them as Ravenguard, I think. Sweet. I hope you realize that those are pretty much just painting projects. They should not hit the table. Unless they change how morale works entirely in 10th edition, so it's actually relevant somehow. Should be really weird and when you think about it. Story time. Story time. What do I do for story time? Why did I make that a button where I choose what the story is? Alright, short story. There was actually a time in the Horus Heresy when salamanders fought the Ultramarines. It was kind of weird. It happened. Some salamanders took offense to the Imperium Secundus and started attacking Ultramar. They then got more or less wiped out by the Ultramarines because it's the Ultramarines in their home turf. Good job. I don't think I'll play Marines ever. I'm gonna play a Horde of Boys for the memes if I ever do play. Okay, fair enough. Because Reavers are super cool, and especially Raven Guard ones look very cool, but they have always, even right now, at probably their rules-wise strongest they've ever been, they're just awful, just completely pointless. Because they're Space Marine Terror Troops when the game does not care about morale, like, at all, as a problem to cause other people. Morale bombs are not really a thing at all, and they don't really do any damage. Not like for every type of damage they do, there's something else that does the damage better, or has way better bonus traits in addition to that same level of damage, like infiltrators. Reaver carbines are assault 2, strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. Okay. Reavers have rapid fire 1, so 2 shots and under 12 inches. Instigator bull carbines are auto wounds on unmodified hits hits of 6s and have forward deploy. Reavers have deep strike. If it's a forward deploy, they're troops, which means right now they have sticky objective capture, so they can leave objectives they captured and they still hold them. And they have Omni Scramblers, which keeps enemies from deep striking within 12 inches of an infiltrator model. And they have Helix Gauntlets or Infiltrator Comms Arrays, which do other stuff, make them tougher, or give them reroll once a hit if a Phobos Captain or Cayman Strike is anywhere on the table. Like, the list just keeps going. Reavers are cheaper. Reavers are the cheapest power armor you can get right now, and it still doesn't make anyone want to play them. It's rather sad, honestly. As someone that owns some Reavers, there Reavers actually, if memory serves, Reavers were the first standalone non-starting box kit I ever bought. Yeah, and they were some of the first models I ever painted. Really not well, but I did paint them. I don't know when I'll ever go back and paint them better because I mean I could do some really cool things with them, but like they're Reavers. Dems Reavers. Although ironically, I said recently I don't know if my scouts will ever see the table again in years, and we know scouts are actually pretty good right now. I still don't need them in my list, but you know. Wait, I'm dumb. I need to change one of my tactics. Okay. My other thought was getting a Hellblaster squad. Hellblasters are definitely better for combat, and they are also quite cool. If you can get down a good plasma glow effect, then Hellblasters can be very cool. What sucks for me is that I really like the look of their heavy plasma guys, and those are the worst ones by far. Your best off with assault ones, which is what I build mine as. Kit Bash, technically, I used incursor bits for the scopes because all I have are two sets of the Dark Imperium monopose ones, but you know. I mean, fluff-wise, the attack makes sense, but why would you take the -1 leadership trade? Why would you? Especially against Night Lords. We're gonna go up against Night Lords, and you're bringing the terror tactic. What, you Carcharodons? Like, yo, I'm a Carcharodon, you. Are you the Carcharodons? Oh yeah, so Shizu, for reference, like, I'm not necessarily telling you this stuff to influence your decision based on gameplay tactics. I just like talking about the gameplay tactics. That's all. No, I'm loyal to Night Lords. Yeah, but you're going up against Night Lords, so it kind of makes sense. But it's also like, actually, ironically, I think one of the factions that should be more vulnerable to fear is the Night Lords, because they're actually fairly easy to scare out of an engagement. You make them think that you're a dangerous, like an actual threat to them, and they just run right off. They don't stick around and fight. Hilariously. I definitely did not find all of the arms, I don't think. Or all the guns. Or something, I don't know. I am... What? I am, definitely missing some pairs. But it's fine. I think I got enough to figure this out. Oh, I got one more I can make. So I have eight gun arms ready to go and try out. So I can't outfear the traitors. No, I'm saying you, like, thematically, I think that should work. But I don't actually know in gameplay if that's how it works. I mean, they are Space Marines still, so probably not. Not just by being spooky, anyway. Potato, how dare you? Unless I take reverse? Nah, I don't take reverse. I'm not. Yeah. Alright, I gotta move all this stuff. And son of a. Well, this will be the well. Actually, you know what? It'll be just be the rest of the stream because yeah, I think I really am just gonna go till the end of the hour and stop an hour early because I am really tired and I'm really wanting ice cream. And if I end early, I can go get ice cream and have something of a relaxing night before the next like month and a half of work hell begins. Jeez. Well, we didn't make some progress on the next infiltrator. Yeah, I am. I just been tired all stream. I don't know what it is. And if you want to help support the stream and help me buy more ice cream, check out Factor 75 with my link. Command Factor will get you there. 50% off your first box for the next 3 weeks only. And I think it's also only the first 16 people. I don't know. They said 16 in there for some. It's on the thing for some reason. I don't know what exactly it means. They weren't very clear. Minus 3 leadership is almost worth it. On, let's see, Chaos Space Marines, I think they're leadership 7 usually, so they're not 4. Well, actually, no, that's based on the rolls. Or, like, how many losses they can have. And hold on. I'm trying to remember how morale works. Yeah, that almost makes sense. Or check out the CFC if you want to force me to pay longer and potentially miss my ice cream, but paying for more ice cream later. I don't know. Something like that. Nah, paying the CFC, unless you drop like $100, in which case I probably wouldn't even be mad. You could not make me paying for like an entire like hour on CFC. But yeah, check out the CFC. Get ideas for later. Is a thing that could be done. You can get me tomorrow and make me paint tomorrow. It feels good to have all my stuff organized though. This is nice. Ah, my stream switched out of nowhere. Well then. What was the calcs? Morale. Morale works by they take losses and then have to roll higher or not roll higher than their leadership at plus the number of casualties. -3 brings a leadership 8 sergeant down to a 5. So then if they roll above a 6, adding in their casualties, then yeah, you could suddenly put even like 5-mans at risk. Well, 5-mans are always at risk then, effectively, because even losing one guy, now on 5s are higher, they lose dudes. So that like actually kind of makes sense. The question is like, what are you hitting? What are you targeting those guys after that we couldn't just shoot off the board is the thing. Yeah, it's almost worth it if we didn't have guns that were just good at doing that, period. I mean, I'm probably going to try to take a not Redemptor, a Relic Contemptor with Volkites in the list and Eradicators. And some other stuff. Yeah, it's like, you know, whatever you're trying to fear out, I can probably just kill. You know? That's why, like, that's one of the big reasons why Terror Tactics doesn't make much sense in gameplay terms. We could just kill it. The game is very offense heavy right now. Or check out my merch. My merch also exists. That's also a thing. And I have Hammer Vets say, yeah, those are just gonna kill it. Whatever. They don't gotta scare it. They'll just punch it to death. Painting. We are painting the Tactical Marine for 10 minutes. And then we'll see where we're at. Jeez, my like head like hurts. Okay. It's fine. It's like it's not even like it's not pain, it's just yeah, it's hard to describe. The biggest immediate help right now is actually grabbing one of those boxes. I'm not joking. I don't think I can say exactly how the math works out. But the math works out heavily in the favor of buy yourself some food, and then it pays me. Good. Asterisks. You must be in the US and you must be a first time buyer of Factor 75. But you can get a box of 6 meals for $40 after the 50% discount you get through that link. Potatoes losing it. Okay. Actually, yeah, what was I doing? Let me put this back on. I'm just out of it, man. Doing Indomitable. Fair enough. See, I never had it. Fair enough. What am I painting on this guy? I gotta start the timer. Fair enough. Maybe it's them becoming loyalists from being traitor that made them indomitable. They went the exact opposite direction. Instead of being fear bringers, we shall become immune to fear ourselves. It's like a redemption arc, even. I think it's mainly just highlighting. Well, I should probably dry brush the seals a bit, but you know. Is Zophiana ever okay? I'm gonna use this brush to dry brush this because I want to be somewhat precise here. I don't want to make a mess. Trying to themselves for crimes they didn't do, to be fair. Eh, also no. Ah, I'm with you, man. If I was okay, I wouldn't be here. Whatever that means. You can take that to mean what you will. There's actually a lot of different, like, accurate and not so accurate translations of that statement. Listen, I just want some ice cream on YouTube. I'm tired. I have 3v1 with my Raven brothers, and I have like 9 armless flying to my head. Dude, that's what I was hoping would happen from that idea. Like, we're gonna like actually, we're gonna have some fun. I'm okay physically. That's about it. Yeah, right. I am probably okay physically. It's just my brain. I have outputted creatively so much from my brain for like weeks on end without stop. It's just without pause. It's just I am mentally running on fumes, and my demand on my mental faculties has just gotten heavier. But the pay's gotten way bigger. So Nox Redemption, I love that. Was that like the Night Redeems or something like that? The Night Redeems. That's your low Gothic translation. I'm just making a canon for you. Just because it's a the Night Redeemed. Okay. All right, that's also good. I can live with that. That's also good. The Night Redeemed. I like it. I love it actually. I love it. I've actually always had a soft spot for the trope of bad guy turns good guy. Like we were talking about Avatar: Last Airbender earlier. Zuko, like the redemption arc. It's so good. The earned redemption arc, to be fair. You can definitely do a cheap redemption arc. That's the battle cry for the Umbral Phoenixes. Umbral Phoenixes. Sweet. So it's gonna be. I'm just gonna say I'm the Raven Guard 5th. I will find just black plated models, and they're gonna be so hard to see my models. But so Night Lords versus Raven Guard 5th, the Umbral Phoenixes, and whatever Venom's bringing, which I have to ask him what he's bringing exactly. Let's try to make this sound like one of the. Oh, and Red said he was bringing knights too, so that's gonna be as well as a night house, a fallen night house. So this is actually gonna sound like, you know, in the codexes where you have the like 2-page snippets of like this one like campaign by like a bunch of forces at different sides, and they give you the breakdown of the forces. This is gonna look like one of those. It's gonna be awesome. As I said, oh, forget I have to paint at least 3 colors. For that's considered the tournament standard to count for points as fully painted. But we're doing tabletop simulator, which is all digital, so it doesn't matter. You use whatever graphical models you can find. Which, to be fair, for Raven Guard, I already have a ton of, so I should be able to make whatever. Barring a few exceptions, they'll have to proxy. Like Eradicators still don't exist, so I'll be using heavy intercessors with heavy bolters for my Eradicators, because that looks about right. I think everyone will be fine with that. I also color tint mine so I can keep the squad separate and the sergeant separate because it's all just copies of the same model. Like when I made my Arcs of Omen list, it was 9 heavy intercessors with heavy bolters. The exact same dude. I couldn't find eradicators. I have a, I do. I have a plastic and a resin printer, neither of which are really functional right now, unfortunately. Resin I just simply can't do because of where I'm at. I don't have enough ventilation. And then my plastic one, I just can't. I just keep running into problem after problem, and I never have the time and willpower to like actually fix it all the way to then print like just terrain bits. That's all I'd make with that right now. Yeah. Like the problem I was having most recently was that it would print the first half of the model and then just stop. It would just stop like everything. It would still make the movements, but it wouldn't even like push filament through. It would just, oh no. It actually wasn't even doing movements, I don't think anymore. I think it would just stop like the entire process. Most likely we'll be using the Ultramarines as the proxy because I don't think I can get dark blue and orange accent models. I mean, you could use other Raven Guard models, and we just there are different ways of tagging the minis so we can keep track of them. Although, really, you just need to keep track of your models, honestly. Which models are yours? Some of them you can tint like the entire thing. So actually, I think it's what I did with the heavy intercessors because they were Ultramarines. Sorry, they're Ultramarines, right? So I just tinted them, and it tinted like the entire model. Anyway, play around with it. Yeah. There are options is the point. A bunch of different people make different models same way. Oh, there's also like giant Horus Heresy kits on there of like everything in Imperial armor. At least for Raven Guard, I found one like basically every single Horus Heresy kit. With variations for weapons and loadouts. That's where I found my Sakaran model. And the Relic Contemptors actually. So you could probably find one of those and find proxies for a lot of stuff. They got some really cool Vanguard vets slash like Dark Fury guys. I will probably not be using Centurions. Not because I don't like Centurions or that I don't think I could make use of them, but like I just don't have the experience for them. So I'm gonna mostly, like I said, stick to what I know. Probably a heavy support Arcs of Omen with a Relic Contemptor and Eradicators. Probably a Master of the Forge Tech Marine. Okay, that's the thing I should say. We none of us can use Strike. So Venom and I can use Strike, and for Venom and I, if we're both being Raven Guard first foundings, we can't use the same Masters of the Chapters. So I'm the Hammer, you're the Animal. Yeah, I said that earlier. Yeah. They are prepared with my guns for your assault. Well, unless we get first turn and you get first go, then I guess you're setting the stage for them to get slammed onto the anvil. 1,000 points. Hmm. And Venom is Venom. Yeah. Venom is well. He's never even played a game, so. Okay, Potato. To explain what we're doing, we're gonna do a 3v1. It's going to be Zophiana, myself, and Venom, all playing 1,000 points Raven Guard armies versus Red Wing, who is going to play a 3,000 point uh, Heretic army, primarily Night Lords, but he mentioned bringing a few Knights, giant Night Walkers, in support. So he's just Heretic, he's Forces of Chaos, but mostly Night Lords. This actually does kind of make sense because there are various advantages and disadvantages to how those two armies are constructed, the three small armies and one large army. So it actually kind of all balances out in the wash in reality. Yeah, no, it's going to be this is to clarify, a standard like tournament 40k game is 2k points versus 2k. When you hit 3k points, it it opens up some new options if someone wants to go real big, as well as yeah, it's just gonna be huge. It's gonna be an oversized map. Like I have to find a larger than standard map. I gotta figure out some extra rules to kind of make it make more sense. It's gonna be red doing his full turn, and then the three of us are probably gonna roll off to see who goes first between us. I have to find a map that even allows like the what do you call it? Like the three, like more than two players to begin with, because a lot of them automatically have it set up for certain sides. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna pull that off. So I got these. It's yeah, it's gonna be a whole stream. This is gonna be an 8 hour game. Actually, that is kind of a thing because the game starts off with a roll off to see who gets first turn. Oh no, who deploys first, then who gets first turn. No, who's attacker and defender? Man, it's been a while since I played. I have a warm up game next Monday or Tuesday against Space Wolves, which I will almost certainly win, to be honest. Uh, so there's a warm up for me. But anyway, yeah, it's oversized map, massive armies, lots of stuff going on, 4 people in the mix. It's gonna be 8 hours. It's gonna be an entire stream. We're gonna be like mind dead by the end of it, but it's gonna be a fun time. Yeah, we're gonna use Discord to uh to do like the microphones and stuff, and then the whole thing is gonna be streamed. It's gonna take over a paint. It's gonna replace a painting stream that week on a Saturday, most likely. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is between the three of us, what we're gonna do is we're every time it's the Imperial's turn, it's gonna be we each roll off each turn to determine who goes first. So it's not a constant string of the same ones that we can start planning around. It keeps it fairly chaotic and dynamic. So it's like, okay, Red Wing's turn is done. You, Venom, and I roll off. Okay, Venom rolled the highest this time, and then you rolled second highest, and then I'll go, and then I go last, and like that. Oh yeah, Potato, what this is gonna look like gameplay wise, it's a turn-based strategy game, basically. So expect it to be slower than you think. especially because we're doing in TTS, which is very janky, and not it, like the action's all in your head, and us describing how stupid stuff happens. So I just want to roll for the whole thing. Well, okay, so it starts with like because 40K is built to be a 1v1 game at its core, right? We are adding a lot of stuff to make it like 3v1 capable. This is not a normal thing. Uh the You would have a roll off to determine who is attacker and who is defender, and that determines deploy like who chooses which side of the deployment map and who deploys first. And then you roll off to determine who actually goes first. And then when it's the Imperial's turn, each turn all three of us are gonna roll and go based off of highest to lowest for our turn order. Doing it in TTS, Mem's first game and my first game since Orc Codex dropped. My second game since August last year. Yeah, this game would already take, even with people that knew what they were doing and being very focused, this game would already take like 4 hours, like 8 hours. It might be a 10-hour game, honestly. It would not surprise me. I would not be shocked if it was 10 hours long. And to think that's 4 5 turns. The game, but potato for reference, a game of 40K right now lasts 5 turns. That's all there is. You have to do everything you're gonna do in 5 turns. You get 5 moves of your entire army to get as many victory points as you can. Well, here's the thing. If this works well, this is something I want to turn into like a regular segment when I'm not doing commissions. Like when I don't have commissions going. Like I was going to do with video gaming, but I can't. Video gaming is too choppy. I can't do both at the same time. It doesn't matter if TTS is choppy. You're not even moving it around much, you know? Unless it's like horrible for me to control, which I'll do some testing first. Like you'll probably see me pop up on a testing stream or something like somewhere down the line. Uh but like yeah, it's not there's no animations or anything really to be, choppy to ruin the experience, you know? So, yeah, down the road, you probably will learn and could learn to play. We were saying earlier, probably don't focus on trying to learn to play right now because 10th edition is 3 months away, 3.5 months away. In like 110 days, we will probably have 10th edition, which means the core rules are changed. Yeah, it is fun. Well, it's fun if you like stat and math based turn-based strategies. You know, what are we at? Oh, the timer's done. It's 9. I made a little bit of progress on this, dude. I, whew, man, I am just tired. Okay. I normally go for 8 hours. I am cutting it early, selfishly, for a combination of self-care, physically slash mentally, as well as self-care emotionally, and kind of cheating on my bank account. Victoris ad mortis, brother. Oh, technically cousin, but I probably don't know that. Um, I hope to see you all later in the week. Yeah, command audacity. Yeah, how dare I do things for myself, especially celebrating, how my financial situation is suddenly turned around. That being said, you can help my financial situation even further by using that Factor 75 link to get yourself 6 meals for $40 through my 50% discount, available for 3 weeks only. because I gotta. It's Yeah, no, I'll be doing that for the rest of the next month and a half. I'm not joking. Like, I'm gonna be solidly working 7 hour. Sorry, sorry, not 7 hours, 7 days a week, nonstop. Uh, Good lord. Don't be horrified if I actually at some point end up having to pull a single day somewhere from the stream schedule temporarily, and I'll be doing a poll when I do that, so you guys can choose which day dies. Uh, I'm I'm not jumping to that, but I am keeping that in the back of my mind. Um, just because of the web dev stuff. But hey, this web dev stuff will solidify me for months, so it's good. All right. Have a great one, people. Thank you for hanging out. This was an awesome stream. The people were great. Chat was awesome, nonstop. Lots of numbers. Thursday would be cool to die. Ironically, last week Thursday was like going ham. Kind of like today, actually. But yeah, no, I'm gonna make that a poll when I do that. But for the time being, I'm gonna keep plowing ahead at 4 days a week, long streams, and just all the rest of my time awake, basically doing web dev. But for now, I gotta like make sure I don't collapse before I hit there, cause oh man. So yeah, catch you later in the week.